for many different places. We must, because quite frankly, we're dependent upon it. And we will, from determination, to get the job done. Because we know that, in fact, it can be done, and you'll have, we'll have an outstanding illustration of that this morning. This is the African American Faith Alliance for Educational Advancement, and I welcome you to today's summit. And I might share with you that we had about 175 people to sign up to be in attendance, and another 100 or so to be online with us. So you're not alone. And I'm also hopeful, very hopeful, that you will carry the message from here this morning to all that you know, especially here in Charlotte Mac. I'm Jim Pusley, a member of the Alliance, and I'm happy to say the former superintendent of CMS. There are a number of Alliance members here. I would hope that you'll take some time throughout the day to introduce yourselves to them. At this time, if they're in the room, I would simply ask you to raise your hand as a way of identifying yourselves so that they in fact, can make contact with you. Take time to talk with them, if you will. They've got a lot to say, and we have a lot of work to do together. Simply put, once again, CMS can be a school district of excellence for all of our students. Not some students, but all of our students, especially African-American students and other students of color. Just tell it like it is. Our students are capable, and it's up to us to bring it out, bring it forth, and let them know that they, in fact, can achieve. And you'll get an example of that from 3 individuals during the celebration at the noon break. Our students capable of achieving at the highest of levels, at the highest of levels. But we have to get behind them and make it happen. So your work is not done after today, it's just begun. What is in place at this time, quite frankly, demands intervention. And we can't put it on the kids, it's on us as adults. We need to step up and step into the circle and make some things happen for the better. I have personally witnessed it in the past, and it's going to be in But again, it takes all of it together. Let me ask you to take a minute or two, if you will. Take a look at your program, which is in your packet, and you can see how the day is laid out for the summit. And while the summit is about today, what we're focused on is about making it happen every day. But you can see we have 2 outstanding speakers this morning. We're going to have a celebration. We're going to have a panel this afternoon. In your packet, and I hope you still have it, there's a red ticket, and there are going to be some prizes that are distributed during the course of the day. So if you've made plans to be someplace else this afternoon, stick around. We need you here. I'd also ask you to take a look at this packet that was prepared especially for parents. Especially for parents. A great deal of information is contained within. Ask questions as you see fit. and hopefully we'll be able to answer. For sure, we'll be able to research whatever answers are needed. Now, it wouldn't be proper for us to kick this summit off without having a prayer. And at this time, I'd like to introduce Apostle Terrell Murphy, who is the founder of Life Center International Ministries. And I'll ask him to come forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Fusely. Good morning to everyone. We believe this is going to be an incredible day, and so let's pray together. Father, we thank you for this day, the day that you have intended, and you brought us into this place, that we are men and women of like heart and like mind who want to see that which you have seeded in the earth, our children, become everything that you have called them to be. Father, you have ordained them, you've anointed them, you've appointed them, you've sent them, you've released them into CMS, that they would be trained up and equipped and built and to become men and women who are leaders, not just in the future, but leaders right now. So we humble ourselves under your mighty hand, and we say, as the disciples prayed, kingdom of heaven come and will of God be done today. Whatever it is that you want to come forth, Lord God, that your wisdom and your knowledge, your intellect, your insight is made clear to all people. Let that happen. God, no one has made these children other than yourself. No one has created the city of Charlotte but you. And there's a plan that you have for it educationally. There's something that you have ordained the administrators, the teachers, and the students to become. And Father, we declare as we unify together today that we will hear from you and we'll tap into your omniscience, your great and awesome mind, and we will discover new ways to lead our children. We declare that this time together will not be in vain, but it will glorify you. It will honor you. It will even move this city into the place that it should be. We declare that upward mobility takes on a change today. Education takes on a change today. The homes of our children takes on a change today. Our children take on a change today. And all those that you've put in their care become even greater stewards of the great potential and leadership that is inside of all of them. Father, this city, this school district can do nothing apart from you. And for too long, it has been away from you. And we understand, Lord God, that there are separations, but we understand the earth is yours and the fullness thereof. These children are yours, their minds are yours, their future are yours, their destiny is yours, their purpose and their calling is yours. And we declare that they shall step into everything you've ordained for their lives, and they shall be fruitful, and from their lives shall come fruit, and fruit that remains. We are one Heavenly Father, desiring the very perfect will of you today. So let your kingdom come and manifest and move us in the greater and a more excellent place. Anoint every speaker, anoint every ear to hear. And Father, we declare that as you've put this together, it's going to be an instrument in the hands of men and women that will bring glory to your name. The city is yours. This meeting is yours. The children are yours. Be God. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
And so after that prayer, let the church say amen. Amen. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jordan Boyd. I'm pastor of Rockwell AME Zion Church and co-chair of the African American Faith Alliance, a board member of the African American Faith Alliance, and part of the summit. It's my privilege this morning to introduce our co-chair, Dennis Williams. But before we do that, I'd like to introduce key leaders in our city that are sponsors and supporters of our effort here today. The first being one who is key, and I think all of them will admit that it's education that has made it possible for each of them to stand where they stand and hold the position that they hold. The first is a faith sponsor, is none other than our own Chief of Police, Chief Johnny Jennings. If you'll come and bring greetings to us, if you will.
Thank you so much. What an honor it is to be here. Apostle Murphy, something about your prayers that just, the words are always just so right, but we wouldn't expect anything less from an App State Mountaineer though, right? So we got it. All right. That's how we do it in Mountaineer country, right? So again, thanks for having me. I'm truly blessed to be, I came through the door and just started seeing the VIPs and the people that have really gotten me through some very tough times through taking over as chief of police, and some of the people that I truly look up to be a part of this. It's so important that we reach out and we reach out to our young people and show them the importance of what it means to get an education and where that can take you, and where those the limitations are taken away when you go through and get that education that's so important. My dad used to always tell me that education is something that they can never take away from you, that can never be taken away from you. And it means so much to me, to where I look back now and see where I've gone through those tough times that I didn't want to do certain assignments, didn't want to go through and get a certain degree, but I did it. And there's never any regrets or never looking back. So I appreciate everyone in this room and what you're doing, and how you're taking those young people and embracing them and making sure that they have opportunities that others may not have had. So thank you so much for having me. I look forward to hearing everyone's. Thank you.
And Chief, if I may add, I think you are recruiting, right? You're also recruiting, is that right? Amen, amen. Another of our corporate sponsor is a young man that I've gotten to know recently, come to admire and respect. He is the president of Bank of America Charlotte, and the newest Pride Award, none other than Keith Cox. Please come and say hello.
Well, I'm excited to be here, so I'm not going to speak long. I just want to say thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. It's been said, I don't think there's anything more important than the future of our children. And the health of this community is dependent upon this future. So thank you for allowing me to be here today and be a part of this, and look forward to the discussion. Thank you. Thank you.
He's my new BFF. They're bringing a medical school here to the city, and he is our title sponsor, representing Atrium Health, Fernando Little.
Good morning, everyone. It's good that I've been elevated as Pastor Boyd's BFF. I feel good about myself today. I've arrived, but I could not trade for the world the relationship that we've developed with the pastors in this community, Village Heartbeat, and now this alliance. And it is definitely one of the best decisions we could have done to support this event today. And I'll tell you why it hits home for me. It's because I'm from Charlotte. I'm a product of Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. And I'm a product of knowing that there is a benefit to an uncompromised standard of excellence and a community of support. I'm a product of that. And I know that that is what you are, and that's what the goal of today will be. And I'm not long, but I want to give you just a personal testimony from me of why this hits home, and why, as Enterprise Chief Diversity Officer for Atrium Health, we will always be standing with this group and supporting this. And on behalf of my CEO, Gene Woods, who wanted to be here today, but since his unprecedented commitment to this as well, we're about to build a medical school in an innovation district right there, a couple blocks down the road, right? It will mean nothing more to us than to graduate a class that had a pathway from Tryon Hills Elementary, or from West Charlotte High School, or from Druid Hills Elementary. That will make us the most proud right? And when I think about it, I grew up in Hampshire Hills, and my mother, and I don't know if you all remember back in the day, where Hampshire Hills had a line where half the neighborhood went to Garinger and half the neighborhood went to West Charlotte. And I was right there on that line that was going to send me to Garinger. And for whatever reason, my mother was like, I want you to go to West Charlotte. And so she marched down to the Board of Education and she got a meeting with, at the time, Calvin Wallace. I think he was either the acting superintendent or he was either a board member. I can't remember. I know she met with Calvin Wallace and she had this whole business case of why Fernando should go to West Charlotte High School. And Calvin looked at her and he said to her, we've looked at, Fernando's file, and we believe that he can be successful wherever he goes. And he said, and I'm going to commit to a standard of excellence that will assure his success wherever he goes. So fast forward, I go to Garinger, one of the best decisions that I could have made it to the 12th grade, and there was this advanced calculus course that we were in, and I'd love to say that there were several Black and brown of my friends in that class, right? And the first day we were looking around like, yeah, we in this math class, we about to do this, right? And it's the highest math class in the school, and we started to, see if the truck was going to crank, and the truck never really cranked because we were like, oh my goodness, what did we get ourselves into, right? And I'm nothing against Miss Katzel, who was the teacher, but she looked just like a calculus teacher, just like very just stern and strict. And it's like, and there's this standard that she's going to expect from us, right? That we've got to, because there was something about if you exhausted the curriculum, back in the day, you were competitive for college admission, right? And the people at Garinger knew that. The counselors knew that. And they were like, Fernando, whether you don't want to take this class or not, you need to be in this class. So long story short, it took a while for the truck to crank, right? And so midway through the class, she was going around giving everybody their progress reports. And when I saw my progress report mid-quarter, needless to say, it was a gut punch, right? It's like, oh my goodness, what are we gonna do? And I can't take this home. But before I could even react, there were 7 periods in the day. This was before the 4-block day. Before I could even respond to that mid-quarter progress report, the people at Garinger had developed an 8th period for those students that were struggling in that calculus class. And what they said was, we're going to bring in some people outside of Ms. Katzel. We're going to rotate the best math teachers that we got. So you're going to have calculus 2 times a day to make sure that you can advance and be successful in this course. And I will tell you that at the end of that semester, every person in that class, Black and brown, passed the course and passed the AP exam because of that community of support. And that's what we're looking for here. So I know I'm excited about what we learned today. Atrium Health is proud to be a sponsor of this. Congratulations to all of you for leaning into this conversation. We're not going anywhere. We will do this thing. I'm really excited about it. So thank you very much.
I'd like to take a moment and ask, because we'd like to recognize all of our elected officials that are here today. And so I'd like to ask all of our elected officials, if you would, please stand so that we can recognize you and just honor you for your gift and your presence back to this community. All of you. Thank you so much for coming. I was asked to let everyone know that breakfast is served. So we've got hot coffee and juice. And so before, Dr. Williams, before I introduce you, I just want to pause for a moment. If there's anybody, if you'd like to move around and get some coffee or juice to bring it back in, you're welcome to do so. Amen. So forgive me, I think I'm in church. I feel like I'm in church. All right. We're churchy right now. It's my privilege to introduce our leader in the Alliance. He is a former educator, former administrator, interim superintendent, a brilliant mind, over-the-top, passionate advocate for children and for education and for the fact that our children, children who look like the people in this room, can learn at the highest level. He's also a pastor in this community, the Faith Memorial Missionary Baptist Church. I'm proud to know him, proud to call him my friend, proud to know him. He is none other than the Reverend Dr. Dennis Williams.
Thank you, Pastor Boyd, for those kind remarks. I did my very best to try to get him not to introduce me, so he doesn't always listen to me, but I'm so excited that you're here today, and it's my distinguished honor to introduce to you today our keynote principal speaker. Jerry Wiest has been my friend for more than 30 years. And for much of that time, we have been colleagues. Jerry, Dr. Jerry Wiest, I should say, has served as superintendent of schools in 5 different states, twice in North Carolina. He served in Durham County and in Guilford County. He is a bold, courageous, visionary, wise leader who's not afraid to tell it like it is. He's a leader who has taken time to learn his craft. I've learned a great deal from him across the years, and I am so humble and excited that he's here with us today.
Yeah, you get out of the way.
No, man, stop.
You said enough.
No, I have not said enough.
Yeah.
Oh, but let me say, I got some notes here, but let me say just one thing. Let me say just a little bit, okay? Let me say a little bit more. Just one more thing.
My secretary typed this dissertation.
Yeah. I was,
Committee.
stop, I was the principal of his kids.
Yeah.
And Coach K's.
Coach K's.
Yeah. So, can I please finish? Is it okay? Let me tell you just a little bit more about it. Dr. Weiss, this is not right.
No, it isn't, so go.
Okay. Dr. Wiest's long career as superintendent of schools culminated in Maryland, where he led the largest school district in that state, the 16th largest in the nation, Montgomery County Public Schools, for 12 years. When he arrived in Montgomery County, as he will tell you today,
I will tell you. Let's go. That's good enough.
the school system looked
Give me my
great.
hand, okay?
The school system looked great on paper
But
and the way it was marketed. But when we took a closer look at the test scores, when they were disaggregated by socioeconomic groupings
yeah,
and English language learners,
yeah.
there was a different story to be told. Many of the students there in his county were failing miserably, much like some of the black and brown students in Charlotte Mecklenburg schools. The good news is that he was able to turn it around. He worked hard to teach everybody in the county, all of the administrators, the teachers, the support staff, all education stakeholders, exactly what it would take to make sure that every student got an equal opportunity.
Go,
And he taught them what it would take to make that happen.
go.
I'm gonna leave out one paragraph, then I'm gonna go straight to the bottom here.
No.
They need to know this.
What?
By the end of his tenure, Montgomery Public School System received the Malcolm Baldrige National Quality Award for Performance Excellence. Only 8 ever to win it. The only large school system to ever receive that honor. Now, they received this honor for doing something very special, for aligning management processes from the classroom to the superintendent suite, from the cafeteria to the boardroom, so that everyone could clearly explain and perform his or her role in the complicated web that supports the education of every child, every single day. It is my joy, my pleasure. I'm trying not to hit him to introduce to you
Yeah.
Dr. Jerry D. Reese. Come on, give it to him.
This morning when I put them on. I haven't put them on for a while. They shrunk. I hope you don't have that problem. All right, we ready? Good to go. I had a daughter that graduated from Appalachia State. All right, come on. Where's the App people? 3 over here. All right. See, you know how to pray when you go to App. And you know how to handle people when you go to App. And you can make them well. I mean, that's 3 leaders. Where'd my banker go? There he is, Bank of America. Hugh McCall and I conspired with a governor to put the information highway when I merged Greensboro, High Point, and Guilford. The African-American schools didn't have the curriculum for physics or for many of the things that you were talking about. Algebra 2, stuff like that. Always got the short shift and the poorest building. When we were doing the merger in Durham, we passed the largest bond issue ever and built them all new schools. And I went out to GlaxoSmithKline, got $20 million, and we matched it with $20 million and built a new high school. You can do things. Give this Bank of America man a hand. What we did is that we went to Japan, got some switches, and we could teach 4 high schools at the same time. We took the best chemistry teacher, we took the best physics teacher, we took the best algebra teacher, and multiplied them by 4. We kept the teachers who were there. We didn't fire anybody. You have to take care of the teachers. If you don't take care of the teachers, you're not going to have a school system. Okay? It may be up to me as a superintendent to do something, but it's about them. You don't take care of them, they don't align, that's where that happens. That's where the boots hits the ground. So you need to pay them more and you need to have more of them. I'm serious about that. Or you're not going to get anywhere. It was a long journey that I wanted to take after 6 years in Guilford. I was on my way to Morocco. I worked overseas with schools. Been a Fulbright in many schools. I spent 5 years back and forth to Ireland and China and Japan and, you know, all kinds of places. But what I found was the secret to success, whether it was in Israel or Japan or anything else, was a high quality curriculum delivered by a high quality teacher that was aligned from pre-K all the way up through 12. In fact, we followed our students all the way through college. It's like a car factory. If the car won't work when it gets off the line, people will say your school system's no good if your children can't do the next thing, right? You don't need to advertise. You don't need media. Your best advertisements are your parents and your kids, right? They tell the truth. Let me take you a little bit on a journey. I'm going to flip through these first things so you know I haven't lied. Dennis has taught me never to lie. He said, if you lie, you steal. I've had the sermons. You got to be tough to be a leader of a school system. If you're not tough, you're in trouble. So I'm going to show you 4 or 5 slides from not the state, not the local, not the newspaper, but from major publications. One of them, the first one, if this thing works, help. I threw it down. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. What are you doing? Oh. I'm going to talk about 4 areas. And I'm going to hustle along. I got somebody holding up fans back there when I get too far along, okay? I got 90 minutes, so I'm going to get a fan at about 30. I'm going to get a fan at about 60, and she's going to throw something at 90, okay? What can happen, the results of a sustained commitment? Now, you got to stick to it. You've changed superintendents like I changed coats. And everybody does. That's the sad thing. At 12 years, I was the second longest serving superintendent in a large system in America. In America. Around me, superintendents that I would get to know would be gone in 2 years or 3 years. So you got to have a board that sticks behind the superintendent because it's going to be tough, and don't change them if they know what they're doing. If they don't know what they're doing, I have no problem changing. And the more immediate, the better. Okay? And what do I say know what they're doing? The results. The results speak for themselves. If you're not getting the results, there's something wrong. Either you have turned off your people and they're not executing the plan, or they don't know the plan. That's the important thing. And the importance of leadership in a school system is critical. Critical. You don't have to like me. That's why I used to tell people. Remember, I've merged districts in your state. I know what being disliked is all about. And I'm going to talk about getting from here to there. What I'm recommending for your school district. It's just general knowledge. I don't give anything but common sense. I grew up on a farm with an outdoor toilet. And when I talk about results, if we didn't raise it, we didn't eat. There's no forgiveness. There's no forgiveness. So I learned how to milk cows by hand. I learned how to grow up making things work. And I'm going to talk about what to watch out for. Let's take a look. Okay, well, we won the Baldrige Award. That means we were aligned. You business people know about that. You health people know about that correctly. A lot of Baldrige hospitals and banks and stuff like that. Not many school districts. Because your bus drivers, your cooks, your janitors have to be treated so well that they know what the plan is. And you don't change the plan, you try to fix the plan. And once they know, you can start have education on the bus. Our bus drivers started teaching people. We brought in the county. The social workers go to poor houses. So we taught them how to teach reading, how to use flashcards to teach mathematics, because they're working with the family. The ministers, we went to the Bar Association and got them involved because there's a lot of conflict, a lot of issues. We went to the Medical Association and got doctors. Otherwise, we did wrap around with our own people in our own county. And we set up trailers if we didn't have any room. Okay? You can do all those things. You need the Bar Association, you need the Medical Association, you need the police department, you need every provider working with your volunteering in your poor schools. Once you have the wraparound, you don't get a puff piece from the Wall Street Journal, do you, Mr. Banker? Huh? They don't do that. Secretary of Education. The Wall Street Journal didn't trust our. You know, most people think blacks don't learn. You talk about prejudice, they think it, right? That's what they think. I'm telling you, a white guy is telling you, okay? That's the way we can keep our boot on your neck. Education is going to get you somewhere. So if you don't put your shoulder to the wheel, it's not going to happen. Okay? You have to have courage. Don't back off. Don't back down. You know how to protest, don't you? All right. Figure it out. So they sent in data people and reporters to see this, and look at that. They made their own chart. I went there in 1999. Look what happened. It was a front page of the Wall Street Journal, Friday, June 12th. And the US Secretary pointed out that we use data. Now, I never joined with my county, No Child Left Behind. It was too draconian. Teachers spent too much time testing and not enough teaching. The whole state joined, and we just said, I'm not going. Secretary of Education came over. President Bush visited about 2 or 3 times. I'm not going. When your scores are as good as our scores for African American Latinos, we'll join. Okay? I got to put our teachers through that. Again, as a superintendent, you got to protect your teachers. You are flying like an AWACS plane, protecting them. They're the fighter planes, and the teachers are the people on the ground doing the work. Education Week wrote about it. We had the highest graduation scores, 4 years for all big systems in America. They're an outside source. Newsweek put us on because we had 25 high schools in the top 3% of America, and we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or so, top 10 or 20. Now, this is what I want to show you can do, and this is why it takes time. When I went there, African Americans were scoring about like the African Americans. This is an advanced placement test. This is not one of those $30 state tests that try to tell you something about the school district and the school and the teacher and the kid. For $30. You can't even get your temperature taken in his hospital for $30. They're low and wavy, and guess what? If you pass them all, you still can't get through college. Really true. So that's what you got to do. You got to think differently. It takes time. By the time I left, 44% of the African Americans had passed an AP test. 3. 77% had taken and passed it a 1 or 2. 3 is college level stuff. Colleges will waive your credit when you go. Save mom and dad something. We had about 50% of all children who had 1 year of college before they got out of high school. You can do this. So you know what was at the bottom of it? We paid for teachers to go on to school, half their tuition. We got 50 or so doctorates. Okay? They wrote their dissertations on what was happening in our schools, like Dennis. Great man. So you create a value chain for your people. I had bus drivers working in the central office before I left. They got their degrees. You know what you do with people's salaries when they go from bus driver to full-time teacher to administrator? You talk about a value chain. That's what you're doing. We had people who spoke Spanish. We opened English schools, just like they did in the old days. Nothing new under the sun. Remember that in Ecclesiastes, don't you? By the time I left, the African Americans scoring 3 or higher were 23% versus 5%. And here's all of the children in America, not the African Americans. The whites, the Asians, everybody else, 17. These are hard tests. And you know what? It kept on going. You know why? These kids came out of our elementary and early childhood programs. People say they can't get, wears off and all that. It will wear off if you don't tie it to the school system and make it rigorous. And have a good teacher. You don't pay an early childhood teacher $15 an hour. You pay them teacher wages. And you train them constantly. We trained our teachers 110 hours because the universities don't do a very good job getting them ready to come in. You have to have your own embedded staff development. One of the biggest dropout problems in college comes between the freshman and sophomore year. After all the parties, the girl and boy stuff. Yeah, you're right. You got it, don't you? You guys didn't do that at App, did you? Lie, you lie. Dennis. Yeah, Dennis, they lie. Better teach them like you've taught me. Our kids, whoa. Our kids, when they went to college, remember I told you we kept track of them. 91% made it from the freshman and sophomore year. They didn't drop out. Otherwise, they could handle the curriculum. So you have to make your high school curriculum where it's above the freshman year, because that's the toughest year for the advancement of his child. You get them to a sophomore year, guess what? They'll stay. They'll stay. Actually, they graduated at twice the rate the nation graduated. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'll show you that in a minute. Touchy little thing. Well, now the slideshow's over. Okay. Here's the national average of graduates, all graduates. You know, when I went to school, it was about 35, 40% graduated with a bachelor's degree. You know what it is now? 35, 40%. We got so many jobs open in America right now that can't be filled because of skill sets of the people and the work ethic. And you know where that comes from? Your home and your church. I got 4 studies in there that say that kids, African-American kids' achievement goes up when they go to church. I will leave them with Dennis. Okay? I tore him out a page out of a program last week at a conference. I'm going, wow. Why don't the community know about that? So you got to know what you're aiming at. This is what's going to happen to your superintendent, any superintendent you have. Okay? Don't hire somebody that can't take the hits. Okay? I met one of your county commissioners last night. She's sitting over there in the corner. Oh, she was. Where did Mother Leak go? She's probably campaigning somewhere. I found out that she could take darts, but I also found out she could throw them. That girl's got some spunk under her. And that's good, that's good. But you know what? I can throw them right back. I can throw them right back. And if you don't have a superintendent that can't throw back, you're going to have them be politicians that are going to be run by other politicians. Okay? And you know what happens after that? When you get to be a superintendent, it's like being up a flagpole. And you know what shows when you get up the flagpole? Yeah, look, oh yeah. They knew what I wore. They knew what car I drove. They knew if I drove myself. They knew everything. Just like that. In the banking business, same way. Same way in the police department. Same way in the medical. Anytime you achieve a high level, people are looking at you. So you set that example. And you don't take the hits and pass them down, say that's somebody else's fault, everybody won't work for you. They'll know you're weak. Okay? And if you're going to take this job, you can't be weak. I've got about 20 superintendents out there that came through my stuff, and I accumulated from them. See, I learn from other people. I learn from other people all the time. They got to have a climate. Buildings have climates. Have you ever walked in a school building and knew and felt what the climate was like? How they treat people? You can just feel it, can't you? Kids can too. They got to push productivity through people. It is not your plan, it's the people. I've seen some of the fanciest strategic plans. I've seen some of the fanciest policies. I've seen some, and the lousy schools. Okay? You're fooling yourself. You can walk into school pretty quick and tell what's happening. And you need some measurements, just like a thermometer. This policeman knows where crime happens. He's got a GIS system that plots it, I'm sure. And he knows how many people to put on patrol and how many to walk around and community organize. So you have to do that. I want to flip through that one. And then you got to get rid of things. You've burdened down your teachers, you've burdened down your administrators, and every time somebody new comes on, you got a new program. Somebody goes to a conference, you got a new program. I classify superintendents by products. They buy products, or they buy programs, or they help people. The ones that help people actually have a good school system, and it works for all the kids. If you're buying some fancy program, some fancy product, forget it. Your shelves are lined with them. You got way too many programs. And what do you do? This is a farm boy. When the horse dies, what do? You increase standards for riding dead horses. You blame the parents. You haven't heard that one. It's your fault. You didn't do a good job. You say, this is the way we've always ridden here in Charlotte. Or you go out and visit other states where they ride dead horses. Well, I was down in Georgia, and look what they did. I don't care what I've done in Montgomery County. It's what you do here. This stuff I'm telling you is just common sense. It's what you do here that counts. Or, like so many politicians, you appoint a committee. Or you switch riders. Or you buy a stronger whip. Or you move the horse to a new location. You do everything but dismount. What we did in Montgomery County said we could only do 5 or 6 things and do them well. And we're going to train everybody to do it. And we're going to give them time to talk to each other so they can work together. In the buildings that I had the high poverty, we put more teachers. 1 to 17 in the class. Sometimes 1 to 12. A teacher won't stay if they don't feel like they can do the job. As soon as they get transfer rights, they're out of there. We put experienced teachers. An experienced teacher won't stay if you don't have a good principal. Unfortunately, I had to replace, sorry, Dr. Walthaw, about 90% of the principals. They were put there because they knew somebody. They were put there when Moby Dick was a minnow. Or Hector was a pup. They didn't dismount. So you've got to go in and clean house if you want to change the system, because everybody will see if you got people at this level that aren't doing their job, they're up the flagpole. Everybody's going to see it. Superintendent may not be able to see it because he's higher. They're looking at him. That's why the rot starts at the top in every school system I've been. Because they may be good people, but maybe they can't hire good people. And I'm talking about, I don't need to like you. Are you effective? Okay? James Pewsley, where's he at? Everybody didn't like James, did they? But you know what? He was effective. He could implement, he could execute. And he knew how to get rid of the folks that didn't stay. So you got to dismount. Now, let's take a look at some steps. First thing you need to do is know your district. That's Montgomery County. Million people, a little over a million people now. One of the 10 fastest growing systems in America. Number 14 now. When I was there, it was number 16. You know what they grew all the 12 years I was there? Latino, American, and poverty. Okay? Latino, African American, and poverty. Birth rate's high there. White folks have sex, they just don't have kids anymore. Seriously, I looked at the differential birth rate. You got to talk like this. Are you a reporter? Oh, okay. It's okay. The Washington Post was my backyard paper. This is Montgomery County. This is the map I drew. I got a GIS system. All these little squiggly lines are elementary schools. See, there's more elementary schools, and that's where it happens. You don't get a good elementary education, you're shot. You just kind of go along, they pass you along. Then when you get out, can't do nothing. Okay? So it's preschool and elementary. All right, so I drew this and they said, what the heck is that? And I got my important people like the bankers, only I had Dick and Bill Marriott and Lockheed Martin. I had a lot of big organizations in Montgomery County. That's where Bethesda, Chevy Chase, and all that kind of stuff is. So I had the rich, they were here, and I had the poor, they were here. 75,000. Now, if you notice, the rich got some space, okay? And the poor are all packed in. I did some studies on this, and what I found is that the poor move around based on the rentals. Is that right? So at the end of the month, mama takes the kids, she goes someplace else. That's why in this area, you have to have a uniform set of issues that work in all schools. Because when a child changes schools, they lose 8 to 10%. That is if you have a standardized curriculum that is high level. I also found this is where we put the poor teachers and the beginning teachers. This is where we hid the poor principals. Is that right? Every place I've been, it's the same. Oh, I can't do it, but you can't fire me. I've got tenure. Okay, well, Mrs. Jones, we're going to put you in here. And you know what happens? Kids don't learn. That same number of teachers. It isn't the number, it's the number and the quality. Okay? And they got to teach at a high level. I found out that they had dumbed down the curriculum. And I bet if you go look in your poor performing schools, you'll find that. It is a low expectations, so it looks like you're making progress. Right? Say amen. All right. You're getting it. I like call and response. I could have been a preacher, I think. Except the devil got a hold of me when I was young. And I liked her. Oh, yes. I changed all these people out, put in good people, and started early childhood there. They said, where are you going to put it? I said, we're going to put it in churches. We're going to put it in trailers. We're going to do anything we can to put it in. And we're going to hire extra teachers. And every school here had a full-time staff development person right in the school that the teachers chose who could help them. But the principal doesn't have time. You all are going into the principal's office and they've got, I want to see the principal. And so if they're working with the teacher, they got to go see you. You got to have two. One is a teacher that they respect. Teachers talk to teachers, right? Teachers listen to teachers. And then I hired a bunch of folks. Is that my 60 minutes? Hello, Mom. So we got a staff development teacher, we got a good principal, we got a good staff. And then if the principal found that one of the teachers wasn't performing at the level, otherwise not getting some results, we had 60 teachers for the whole system that could be called in. They were master teachers. They knew chemistry, they knew physics. They were specialists in an area, about 60 areas in the school. So the principal could call that teacher in, we call them consulting teachers, and they would do the evaluation. They could sit in there for a week, see what was happening. They wouldn't get tricked. They weren't one of those drive-bys. Who's a teacher in here? Ever had a drive-by? You have, haven't you? Yeah. That means I come in, I sit for a few minutes, and I say, okay, bye. Then I may get back to you or not. So I'm not helping you. So these consulting teachers and staff development teachers were here to help her. Now, if she didn't get better, she got gone. I mean, mid-year, because you're hurting kids. When I was in Durham, I did this with principals. You may have experienced it. I got a court stenographer come in. I got an attorney, okay, and he had sheets of paper of all your staff members right down the row. And he would ask, how is Mrs. Jones doing? How is Mrs. Smith doing? You know, and the principal had to, right then, and you could tell whether they even knew Miss Smith or Miss Jones. They had the and how are they doing and stuff? And they would say, oh, she's a screamer. Or she's, you know, I'm going, I wasn't in there. I didn't want to be in there. He brought me back, and then what we did was sit down and compare the last 5 years of evaluations. And what they said to that stenographer and what they said on the evaluation were two different things. I brought all the principals together, and I started showing this to them. You could tell them they were ducking and dodged. I said, I'm going to give you all amnesty, but you've got to do better. That's when we started putting in a program called Help Evaluators Lift Performance. Because a lot of times teachers aren't getting the help they need. They got too many kids in the classroom, there's too wide a disparity, and nobody's helping them. And right now you throw COVID on, they're drowning. They're leaving in droves. If your high schools, middle schools, and elementaries open tomorrow full of children, you don't have enough people to staff them. Let's go to your county. Where's the poor? Who wants to use my pointer and point out where the poor area of the county is? Good, come on. Yeah, you got your hand up. You're the only brave one back there. Show me where the poor are. Right here, this little pointer. Right there. Is that all? Helpers, okay. They're around the core. Is it a circle or a half circle? It's a crescent. What are you doing different in the crescent? 30 minutes? What are you doing different? All right. This is what I did with the business people, and 75% of your people in any county don't have kids in school. They hear about it, but they don't have kids in school. I said, let's say that's your lawn. You're a rich person, you got a big lawn. This area is green. This area is not growing too well. What do? Huh? You put some fertilizer on it, you don't kill the green grass, right? That's what some people are afraid of when you say the word equity. So I didn't use equity, I used economic growth. Kids getting jobs, going to college. Equity scares us white folks. Why? We think you're going to get something we don't have. Yeah. So what we did is we showed them that, and these are the people that pay the big bills. I know who the top 10 taxpayers are. I bring them together. They control a lot. You know, it's kind of like one of those puppets. They got strings they control. And I explained to them, guess what? The birth rate in here is twice the birth rate out here. The immigration rate in here is 3 or 4 times the immigration rate out here. They don't live out here. And they are bunching up and growing right there. What's the economic growth of your county going to be? What's your future people to get jobs going to be? What's your crime going to be? Just start thinking about it. So what we would do with our lawn, we would differentiate the treatment. That's why we got to have low class size, better buildings, good principals, higher pay. We put these folks on 11-month contracts so they would get much higher pay. I had a lot of people making over $100,000 teaching. It is America. You pay what you get. And the more you pay, the better the expectations can be. And the better the teacher. And you give them an extra month to learn. And we would have master teachers come in and teach them and work on team building where they could all move in synchronicity with each other. That's where that Baldridge Award came. Because the other part of this district already had advantages. When I went there, they didn't have but half-day kindergarten right here, and they had a full-day kindergarten out here. They call it kindergarten roundup. And all this, and they were using the same classrooms and the same teachers, but the pay was being by the wealthier people. Thank you. You got to do something about that. You need to think of what you're going to do in the Crescent. How you're going to build the buildings, how you're going to staff it, who the leaders are, what the curriculum is. We go through the rest of this pretty fast. So we used 2 things so we didn't scare everybody. Raise the bar. The white people said, oh, that's good. Close the gap. And you got to do 2 things at once. I got a demonstration now. I got a county council member. Stand up here. Stand right there. Stand up. I'm going to face you this way. You're right there. Right there. Stay that far. 2 kids. This one's behind. This one's ahead. All right. I come in the district. You take a step forward. That's to raise the bar. You take a step forward. Gap didn't close. So what do you got to do? You have to do something where they live, the poor children who aren't getting opportunities, because they can learn just as much as anybody else. So you have to do things to accelerate her. Okay? You don't hold them back. Accelerate it. Thank you. Okay? Thank you. Yeah, give them a hand. And time is your enemy. Time is your enemy. If you look at the high school, you only got 720 days, and they got to be perfected before they get there. If you look at the elementary school, they got 1,080 days, and if you add another 500 days down here, you got a shot at getting them ready, reading and math, and using predictive metrics when they get to be in the 5th grade. When I started, 5th grade math was abysmal. You know why? Elementary teachers can get certified in math, forget the praxis test, certified in math on 3 hours of how to teach math to elementary kids. Now you got to be in pre-algebra as a kid. If you're going to hit, I expected them to be through Algebra 1 right here. Okay? And I expect them to be through Algebra 2 right here. And taking AP or IB. Actually, we started some early years IB. You can't do that if you don't have a pre-K program. Okay? Pre-K program has got to have people in it that know how to teach. Okay? They got to know literacy and numeracy, and they got to do it in fun ways. This isn't setting them in rows. This is learning how to do it. We developed a curriculum that you could have fun and learn everything. The PE teachers had to help. The math teachers had to help. The music teachers had to help. Don't take those things out. We brought in little kids opera. I sent a teacher to New York to study at the Metropolitan Opera. She came back and did it for the kids. And then we put them on TV. They made the script, they made the score, they made the stage, they did all of it. Then I sent somebody to Spain. Come back and help us do it in Spanish. You see, you have the power to do anything. It's don't do what you've been doing. If you do, you'll get what you get. You can move money around. You got over a $2 billion budget. And they'll say, oh, we can't do that. I said, yes, we can. You know who I had to fix my budget? Guess what? I had teachers come in, do the budget along with bus drivers. Needed and how it was needed. And we had growth every year for 12 years straight. Okay? Every year for 12 years straight. And we even had our own little pamphlet, my job, your job, our job. We took this to the community. It has nothing on it. We said to the community, this is quality axis, this is the time axis, this is where we're going right now, according to what we need by studying our own kids who made it through college, who were poor. We need to be here. Give us 6 things that will bend that trend. You know what the community did? Early childhood. Good teachers, better administrators, more flexibility, treat us with respect. Actually, we created a document we signed with all of our teachers, bus drivers, and administrators called Respect. So we had rules about respect. You have to have a culture of respect. I suggest you use that. Ask your community, get them involved. People don't tear down barns they help build. Okay? They will set fire to barns I build. They don't understand it, but if they do it and help you, they understand it. My teachers thought the budget was a mystery and thought we were cheating them all the time. It's over $2 billion, about $2.5 billion. Oh, surely you're hiding stuff. Okay, you get in there and do it. Look at everything. And then you apportion how much and how much. Teacher pay got better. Okay? And you know what? Boards of education couldn't buck them. We had 14,000. We had 23,000 employees. If they're all on board, heading the right direction, they're like a boat that everybody's oaring together. That boat will go through the water. And teachers want to do well. They want to do well. They come in bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and then we put them in the classroom, leave them alone, and by the 3rd year, they're ready to walk out. So here's the standards. State standards here are wobbly. So we created this 7 steps to get to a SAT of 1650 and 24 ACT. And we just reverse engineered, just like they do in business. And we took how much time we had and how to use that time, and guess what? Things started to change. We put in an early childhood, and we worked with the private folks so they didn't get scared of us. Home, high rises, every place else, and we trained people. That's why I say we use social workers, we use police people, we use everybody to understand what it is. We actually went where the babies are born, found out who was bringing them into the world. There's only certain pediatricians that bring poor babies in, which hospital was doing it, and trained them. Where's the dentist? Train them. So you start bringing everybody in as partners. It's not a mystery. We can all teach. We can all teach. And then we put in summer programs where we gave bikes away if they made perfect attendance. My wife hated this time of year. I had a fax in our bedroom, and they had to fax me the enrollment every day in every school because I wanted to know if the kids were attending. So they had to figure out how to get them there. And you know what? We used the kindergarten teachers to teach in that summer school, and we put in programs that accelerate kids. Kids know when you think they're dumb. They feel it. And since your workforce is 80% white and they're working with kids of color, they feel that. I'm not telling you anything you don't know, right? Right. We would do that in K. We had a congruent curriculum, assessment, professional development, technology, research, and parent involvement. You got to have every one of those things. They got to be top notch. We started parent academies. We first started study circles that got 15 people together and were led and stuff like that. We found out the top students in that class, and we talked about race and achievement, put them both on the table, and then from that plucked out parents who had that ability to teach and started other study circles. It's like my grandma's quilt. Put them all together and you cover an area. It's pretty. So between grade 1 and K did the same thing. Grade 2 and 1 did the same thing. By grade 3, they were reading at high levels. And we used cross-stage tutors, a program that we brought back from Israel that's here in this state. I was fortunate to do that when I was here. And guess what? 90% of the African Americans are reading second semester of kindergarten. Level 4 on reading recoveries, running record. They went up. Here shows that you can raise the bar. It's the whites and the Asians, get it up here, and you can close the gap by 5th grade. Get it? You think you can do it here, don't you? It's pretty simple. I haven't told you anything that causes you to buy anything. You have to buy good teachers, treat them right, get a good administrator, they'll leave, and have a courageous superintendent and hit this head on. You got to get away from buying products and programs. Start to make sense? And it'll work. You have to treat this area, this crescent, different than you treat the other schools. Now, you'll call it equity. I don't call it equity. I call it economic development. That banker wants customers. That police chief who doesn't have anybody working nowadays, he wants crime to go down. That medical person, they want to have their doctors live in the area, their students. Sticking to the long plan, here's what you got to worry about. Simpson's paradox, mathematical thing. A teacher taught me this. Your scores can look like they're going down in the district. Oop. Well, see what a klutz I am. Oh my. Help. Well, anyway, if you have a large body who score low and a smaller bunch that score high, your scores can go down even though both groups are raising because of a differential in numbers. So you got to watch out for that. The next slide, as soon as she gets it, is don't buy anything that doesn't give you, over time, higher quality, okay? And you got to watch the cost. A good teacher can take about any kind of curriculum if it's worked together in an articulated fashion and delivered by a good body of teachers. We've been doing it since my mom taught in a one-room school. They don't need a bunch of curriculums. They need stuff that they're trained on. Help. Can you get it off that one? Oh, well, that's the end anyway. But what I wanted to say at the end, can you help me just a minute? Give me the slide with the, looks like a crayon. I want to end with that. And I think I'm still on time, right? I got a couple minutes. It's the one before this one. This is how I judge superintendent. They got to think like a teacher. I mean, really seriously. I go in and people have hired me over the last 10 years, think like a teacher, be a team player, constantly make the decisions downward. This is one of the problems when you have remote schooling. I'm serious. We're all adults. He's a trained technician. She's a trained technician. How do you think a kid is doing out there sitting alone watching their iPad? Huh? Some will get it. Most won't. When you open up school again after this COVID, you better expect up, down, especially for your poor kids. So you're going to have to think through programs that accelerate and get the best teachers and start doing this right away. These things I'm talking about. Because everybody's going to be yelling at you that, oh, you got together and you did this, and now the scores are going down. Of course they're going to go down. Kids who are behind before are going to be farther behind when they come back. And that Simpson's paradox is going to show up. Even if you raise both groups, you're still going to have scores going down. That's why I say you got to stick with your superintendent. All right, first thing you do, this one you can take a picture of. I wrote this for a magazine article. Discover the existing conditions. Well, somebody knew where the crescent was. I wonder how many of you did. And how many schools in the crescent? How many teachers in the crescent? And what are the scores in the crescent? So you got to know your existing conditions. Who are your best teachers? Who are your best teachers? In what areas? Who are your best principals? I took principals out of some really high-performing schools that were almost white, put them in a full Hispanic school that didn't speak English, and they didn't speak Spanish. And in 3 years, Arnie Duncan, the Secretary of Education, was out with cameras shooting because their growth was just like that. Because this principal treated those kids as if they were white. Got rid of the poor teachers, raised the curriculum, and then said, under what conditions can I get this outcome? Stage 2, you got to get your entire district, your community, and everybody. That's why I went up with the bars that, that you move up. You got to get them commit to some predictive gateways. We had a gateway of entering kindergarten. We had a 3rd-year gateway, 3-year-old, 4-year-old, 5-year-old, 1st grade, 2nd grade, and we knew how to measure them. And we kept track of every kid. And if they moved, they had the same curriculum because they were going there and the same quality teacher. Stage 3, if I can get the X, oh, look over here. Yeah, forget this, look over here. I'm not talking about testing, you got to measure. When I go to the hospital, he takes my temperature, he takes my blood pressure, he, checks my kidneys, leaves my head alone because he's already taken an x-ray and there's nothing there, He checks everything. Thousands of dollars worth of checks. And you're doing it with $30, maybe 35. But you have to find your own evaluation. I created a psychometric department that measured everything. Okay? About attendance, I knew about grades, and I especially in this area could find out by kid. I got a program of a telephone that they owned the telephone rights, and we could call every child that was left-handed. We could call every parent. We kept everybody informed every day if we had to. They need to know what's going on at school. Okay? And they need to be able to contact, and you can contact them on those little phones now. Just like that. Leave them a message. The next thing, you have to engage and empower your workforce. As I told you when I started, if that isn't done, you're dead. I don't care what you got. You can have a superintendent walking on water, but it's the people down here that are doing the work. Okay? And don't forget, we had about 85 to 9,000 classified folks. Don't forget them. They need good pay. They need an educational track. They need to know you care. And go meet with them. And then you got to innovate and monitor after that. So many school districts I go in try to innovate and monitor before they even get started. They don't know their conditions. They haven't got their people committed. They haven't evaluated and know where everybody's at. They're going to do that before he operates on me with his doctors. He's going to know all about me, right? You need to do the same thing with your kids. Questions? Your turn. Anybody? Yeah. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I didn't tell you anything my mom didn't tell me. Thank you. Anybody else? Yes. The next guy come in and dismantled everything. He didn't have to. And my top lieutenants that I had that were in the 40s and 50s, they scattered out and became superintendents. They won't stay. I told a Board of Education member one day when I was at a meeting at a college, Loyola, and she was there, you know. I said, you're going to lose this guy who you've got because you won't let him grow. African-American male. He is now the superintendent in Baltimore County in Maryland. Left within 6 months. You don't treat your people right, they won't stay, because if they're well trained, they can get a job anywhere. Yes. Yeah, there is. There is. But I've fired black and brown teachers too. I'm an equal opportunity SOB. You don't produce, I don't care what color you are. You produce, you can be green, I don't care. That's really the truth, yes. Pretty high, pretty high. In some systems, it's not, because they're wasting it on products and programs. If you put the right, this area that I was talking about here, I had to spend about $1,500 per child more. That's all. That would tell. We were spending $12,000 or something like that. I said, you spend $14,000 on this area, you can really improve it. Yeah. Yeah, you can do pretty much what you want to do with the local money. You really can. But I would have teachers and bus drivers and people help you point it the right way. And it doesn't always, I would tell them, it doesn't always go to salaries, because if you go to salaries, you don't get training. In America, 1 cent out of every educational dollar is spent on training. In the military, any of you been in the military? Yeah, betcha. You trained all the time, didn't you? Huh? Constant training. How to do this and how to do that, and how the processes work. In education, we give you no training. We give you a bunch of products and programs and throw them out, and they have a drive-by trainer. They leave you after 3 weeks, and nobody there to answer your questions. And so you shelve that along with everything else and go back doing whatever you were doing. Good question. Yes. Yeah, just, it's okay. He won't bite you. He's a minister. Oh. I like Arthur Griffin. A lot of them are, Arthur, a lot of them are. You have to create ones, and that's why I got the psychometricians that aren't. Because if you use that standardized $20 test or whatever, it is. And people that tell you it isn't, they're just lying to you. Go up and find your own graduates, not mine, your own graduates who made it through college, and you can get that from the College Clearinghouse, reverse engineer, and you'll find out what quality standards they hit at certain ages. Put that in, that's your pathway, get everybody on the pathway. Thank you. Good question. Yes. You know, you got a gal back here. Stand up. My county commissioner. Miss Lee, stand up. What'd you do in 1989 when I came? When I came to this state in 1989, there was some wild teacher from your county who took 20,000 teachers to the legislature and parked them in a place that the legislature had spent money that should have gone to education. And you know what? They scared to death of her. Give her a hand. That's what we did. We organized. If you're taking care of your people, you organize them. I organized in my basement. Okay? And then they went. I didn't have to do anything. Coming here and then here. Tennessee did a lot of money, and it just was wasted. Vanderbilt did a study on it. Because they didn't train the teachers that they put in there. They didn't have a congruent curriculum. They didn't know how to work with the parents. They didn't have a principal that understood early childhood education, and they didn't have it attached to the system. Doesn't have to be living in the system. It is attached to the system curriculum, and you got to keep that level of pressure on all the way up to third grade. So I lowered the class size. If you don't, recidivism is very high. So you have to have smaller classes, better teachers, good curriculum, and it fits all together. And the measurements are congruent. They're not like Arthur said that you're buying and they're going up and down. Good question. Yes. Put everything in different languages. I brought in, once we had this approved by our community, all the African-American parents came together and they chose about 5 or 6 people and they made a pamphlet to show the 7 keys to success and how to measure it. Wasn't, you know, how we were doing and what we were doing. It made it transparent. I sent it to every African-American parent in the system. I had the Asians do the same thing. Took them 3 years. They were fighting the Battle of Nanking again. I mean, it was the Koreans versus, that. It took 2 years for the Latinos to come up with the same brochure. African Americans did it in 6 weeks. And I sent it to each group. The Latinos were fighting about, do you speak Castilian or is it kind of the Latino language that you find in Mexico? I learned a whole lot. I learned that there was 50 different groups of Latinos in my system. They come from different countries and they didn't like each other. I learned the difference between a Korean, a Japanese, a Chinese, and if you're a Chinese, are you a Han or not? You know what? Everybody's got prejudice. You know? They made their own, and they do it, and they could explain it. They were leaders in the community, and we sent them to every kid and everybody. Okay? And then when I gave a speech like I'm giving this, it'd be in 5 languages. I had the technology to be in 5 languages. I brought airtime from 2 TV stations that we took over, and we created our own communication, and we had kids, and then we had a night group of teachers who had, guess what, homework hotline. Call in with any, and they were right on the test and questions that kids needed to know in that class. They were master teachers, and they could come on every night, and parents could call in and help their kids with the homework. You about lose it as a parent about 4th grade. Yes. So there are ways of doing it. You just got to think through them. Okay. Right. Terrible. Okay, I'll tell you how I turned it around. It was awful.
Repeat that question, Dr. Weiss.
Right. So what happens is that when parents would come in, the secretary would be eating their lunch and they'd take them, sit over here. Tell them. Or treat them differently. I'm a powerful person. You know, in prisons, they have a lot of issues with power. Who has the best cell? Where are you at? You know, whose cell block gets to go to lunch first? All kinds of things. Schools are just like that. So what I did was I hired some of my employees, and we made films showing this. Here's what you're doing, and here's what you should do. So they were trained. The films were so funny. I mean, everybody laughed, but it was serious because that was happening. Put you on hold on the phone. I mean, you name it. Yeah. Yeah. Good. I'll get out of here. We got to move to the next one because she's better than I am.
Can we pause for and give him a round of applause and acknowledgement?
Another app boy. Another app boy. Oh, no. I enjoyed this story. Anyway, if I could pray like that, I'd be in business.
If you remain right where you are for just a moment, we're going to have a quick drawing. And then the drawing, right after the drawing, if you need to take a moment and then come right back in, we have a practitioner, a principal, who's going to take the high level presentation that Dr. Weiss just gave and talk about the implementation process to show how it really does work. All right?
Dennis knows that I don't know. Do it, but he was interim. Trained. There are others, but they're few.
Good morning.
So many.
Oh, you can do better. Good morning. Thank you, Ms. Lee, for giving me the opportunity to give these prizes today. There's not anyone in this room that needs anything that I'm about to give away. So I ask you,
I know, very clear.
if you win,
Thank you.
to please bless someone with these prizes. But first, I want to take the opportunity. I want you to turn and look at your neighbor. Look at your neighbor.
All right.
Everybody look at somebody. And I want you to tell them, you look good,
I'm 74 years old.
but I look better.
I know this guy, and he's a dandy.
Okay, I'm not supposed to be doing all this, but I'm taking this opportunity while I'm at the mic. I look at these wonderful sponsors. You guys did a wonderful, wonderful job. And I would be remiss while I'm at the mic not to say this. Atrium, I love you. Spent 6 hours at your hospital yesterday. So Fernando, I love you. Not for me, but someone else. But there's a young man in the room, and I actually went to a luncheon.
Well,
And at that luncheon, he said that it takes one person to make a difference in the life of a child. And he is sitting in this room, and I was sitting beside his sixth grade teacher at that luncheon, who he takes everywhere, every time he's recognized. And this sixth grade teacher told me some other things that I didn't know about his upbringing.
sit down.
That when his mother chose to give him away, his grandmother went and got him.
He's a great friend.
His grandmother scrubbed floors every day. She had chemo treatments on Friday, was back to work on Monday. She was a diabetic, and she also had another illness. And this young man has, in spite of that, rose to be the president of Bank of America, Charlotte. Keith, I am so proud, and thank you for what you and your family, what you do for all the families at Charlotte Mecklenburg Schools. Please stand. Keith Tucker, let's give him a hand. Okay, now what I came to do. Okay, I have a $50 Food Lion gift card, and the winner is 59. You have your tickets? Okay, 591071. 591071. All right. And I'm gonna give one more now, and that is this wonderful book bag, but inside the book bag are some great snacks and a $25 gift card to Target. And that number, I can't remember which one I just called. Okay, is 591092. Oh. You have to be present to win. Okay, 591053. 53. Okay, 591074. 1074. 5901074. Yay, yay, we have a winner. Thank you again. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so we are a little ahead of schedule, and so we're going to ask you, if you will, to take, we have 15 minutes in this moment, so if you can take 12 minutes of the 15. Is that all right? And then come back and we'll move right into our next session. And I hope this has been helpful. What's that? What you looking at? Well, we got some. Steve.
Yes, she is. Yeah. Last minute, what you need? Free? I'm gonna tell him, he's over. So I'm not gonna say anything. Get you.
Okay, everyone. All right, everyone, if we can begin to return to our seats. Dan, if you could give me a little more on the mic. Stop. Calm down.
If we could have everyone return to their seats, we'll be resuming shortly.
Let's see. Can you call? Yeah.
Okay, everyone, if you'll start making your way to your seats, please. The best is yet to come. You'll start making your way to your seats.
If you could make your way to your seats, we would appreciate it. I had.
Want to sit in my seat. I miss him being up here because he's always my best supporter of all. But he's fine. He's a people person. He's enjoying talking and he's enjoying that. Thank you so much.
Commissioner?
I don't want to say testing. Well, all right.
You're welcome to try and stop.
do you teach? What do you teach? You teach it? What grade? For you. Look at that. It's so like, that's what the piece in there in kindergarten. Yeah, wasn't this presentation really good? That was my first time hearing Dr. Reese, but I followed his work for a long time. There's
You can take your
lots
seats,
of
please. Go ahead and get started. Thank you very much.
May we have your attention?
Thank you very much. Yes.
We did. Multiple times. All right, let's take our seats, please. We're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you. I'm Attorney Thomas Porter, and I have the distinct pleasure of introducing our next speaker. Now, I had this big, long speech prepared, but she told me to be brief. So I'm going to be brief, real brief. Here she is. No, I'm just kidding. Let's go. Is that brief enough for you?
That's brief enough for me.
Okay. Our next speaker hails from the thriving metropolis of Rocky Mount, North Carolina. And she's been in education for over 30 years. She's accompanied here today by her husband, Rick. Where is Rick? I don't see Rick. Rick in the back, there you go. And they have 2 adult sons. She has been an educator for, like I said, quite some time. She's been at the elementary school level, the middle school level, as well as the high school level. And she's also had positions on the district level.
Yes.
She's known as a real go-getter. She believes in getting things done, and her track record proves that. Now, she's going to enlighten us today. She is not going to be brief. She's going to take all the time she needs to enlighten us today. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Pam Warthall.
Oh, can you hear me? Am I speaking loud enough? My husband always accuses me of going so low, so I'm glad. Thank you, Ms. Williams, for allowing me to have this, because I have a tendency to make the mistake of going low when I'm trying to make a point, because if I go the other way, you will run out of this room. I will tell you that my son, Gerard, who is 36, he's one of my best supporters in my life, amongst the 3 loves in my life, my 2 sons and my husband, Rick. But I will say this, there is nothing better than being an educator, because there's every hat you have to wear to get this job done. I believe firmly that we have to take back education. We've lost so much respect for what we do, and yet few people know, as teachers in particular, what you do every day. As Dr. Weiss said, it is not about me, because if it were about me, I'm retired, you all, I would not be here today if it were about me. I'd be somewhere watching TV. I'd be probably having something too much to eat and just resting my tired body. I retired recently, but I never stopped working. My husband had to tell me to stop. It is a passion that I used to apologize for it, because I looked around and I thought, is anybody feeling the way I am? If I talk too much, I get very emotional about it, so bear with me, because this is very authentic and near and dear to my heart, what we do every day. I grew up in a small town called Enfield, North Carolina. Anybody familiar with that? Great, you know what I'm talking about. I grew up on a large farm. I know what hard work is. Don't mind doing it. Don't mind doing it. There is nothing wrong with being on a farm, but just because you're on a farm doesn't mean that you are poverty-stricken. Some of the richest things that you ever learned before there were names given to them were on a farm. I knew what equilibrium was before I heard it in the 7th grade. I knew what equilibrium was because I knew how to take those stumps out in the yard that my daddy had cut down for firewood. and pile them on a pile and make them look like a triangle and put a seaboard or a piece of wood across and make a seesaw. You know what I'm talking about? What about hopscotch? What was the one called? Green Giant, Big Step, Green Giant, 1, 2, 3. We made up, and I'm a believer, which is what I used to tell my teachers. If you really want to teach, if you really want to teach, you can teach with your finger in the air. You can teach with your finger in the dirt. Because my mother stopped going to school when she was in 11th grade because it was too far to walk. And when they had one pair of shoes and, you know, it was cold in the winter, and they changed the grade level, so she decided not to go back. My mother was one of the most voracious readers I've ever seen. She would get anything and would read it. And yet, our funds were not put into books. So I literally, I'm going to be honest with you, I used to find a way to take books from the library and forget to give them back. That is true. That is true. I love books. I thank God right now that my husband's building a library in the back of my house because I believe in that. I believe in the power of an education because of somebody like you sitting here, which means so much to me. I could feel the warmth in the room and the commitment in the room that says, I'm in the right place today. I would be wrong to say if I felt a little nervous about it because I'm just a little country girl. I don't know a whole lot, but I know one thing for sure. I know what can happen for children with a great teacher. It does not happen with me. The only thing I could do as a principal is to remove the barriers for you to go in that classroom and teach. You have got to be able to teach. Teachers, where are the teachers in here? You want to teach, then I'm going to show you how. We did it. I cannot do it in 20 minutes. I cannot do it. But what I can do is give you some idea as to the power of putting an infrastructure in place without costing a dime. I'm not saying that for anybody, bankers and attorneys and whomever's here, superintendents, whomever is here, to not fund education, particularly for high poverty schools, which is what I'm going to talk about. The presentation, which is not a presentation, I have lived this life, so I'm sharing with you today just my little piece of heaven that I experienced for 12 years as an educator in 2 small schools, one inner city, one way out in the country. Doesn't matter where they are. Children are there, and it doesn't matter what color they are. It does not matter. If any of you are familiar with James McBride's book, I See It the Way He Saw It. When his mother told him, what color is God? He said, the color of water. So we have to look at children as if every one of them, we know the data. Every one of them deserves, because they're simply children, a quality education. Let's see if they have that. So we'll get started. Academic achievement for all. All means me. All means students primarily, and all means teachers. All means custodians. All means we all have to be in a system that's systemic and not like this. When you see poverty band and you see 100% poverty band, this first school on this left was 77% poverty band based on low income households. That school was the one out in the country. It was a bit higher performing than the other school, which is the one that was inner city pretty much. I want to emphasize the inner city school. There really wasn't a lot of difference between the 2 schools. But this particular school was one of the lowest 5 performing schools in the state. So my first 8 years as a principal, I had no idea what I was walking into because I had come from teaching for 10 years. And some leadership experience, and moved over, and they selected me to go to the other school. But I will tell you the thing that I did see. I saw results in these schools because we know the data, talking with Dr. Wiest in his presentation. We know the challenges and the odds against children, and the goal is that we are to level the playing field. What I saw, though, were these results in these schools. Interesting. 53.6%. I saw 80%. Sounds good, good results. I saw 63.5%, 83.4%, and there were many other numbers like that. Those are the numbers of students who did not meet proficiency levels in core areas, reading, math, or science. And that had little to do with poverty, little. There's nothing that says a child who is poor cannot learn. Nothing, nothing, not one thing. And sometimes these children, where they aren't learning, yes, we have the frequency of more traumas amongst these children because parents are frustrated. Speaking of frustrations, and speaking of how we see this thing in our classrooms now, in our schools, regardless of the size, I had to go in and see what could happen in these poverty schools. 2 Title I, federally funded, the money was not an issue, so it helps, but we need to make sure that we are doing what we need to do in every classroom. So what I had to do is decide to learn about the culture of each school. How can I go in a place and not know your home? If I were to visit your house, what would it look like? If you told me to come in the side door, do I need to come in the side door? Am I respecting your home? Who am I to come in? I don't know you teachers. I don't know your formal. I don't know that. So I need to first show the respect of what I can learn from you. So I had to meet you where you are. That's why I listen. The teachers have to do the same thing, meet the children where they are. Because we can flip back all we want to and say, let's teach high. We're supposed to teach high. But if I teach you high immediately and you don't know your ABCs, we got a gap here already. It's what Dr. Weiss was alluding to, loop back, right? So I needed to learn that. And what I want you to notice about this is that in every category, you got, look at intention. What is about why? Did we forget why we came to do what we do? I don't think we did. You know why? I don't know one teacher whom I've ever talked to who said, I came here to fail kids. Not one, not one. Not one educator ever said, I am here to fail kids. What we do allow ourselves to get in our way is the discouragement that we see, particularly in low-performing schools, is when we have to deal with so many things that serve as barriers to reaching our children, and they are many. Let me tell you one thing. When they interviewed me for Principal of the Year, that's all well and good. The story I told about this one child, I won't go into detail, it still brings tears to my eyes. This child was trying to go to a shelter with his mom, who was kind enough to tell him that he was going on a field trip. You know why she was taking him there and she told him it was a field trip? Storm was coming. He said, Dr. Waldo, I'm going, I'm excited. Well, why are you going, such and such? Because I got cardboard windows. We can do something about that. We can do something about there. That had nothing to do, that had to do with his income, that had to do with his enrichment, a lot of things. But when they come to the door, we don't have to worry about cardboard windows in the school. We don't have to worry about someone teaching them. We don't have to worry about the food. We don't have to worry about the clothes. In 1 year in that school, that second school, the lowest performing in the state, we increased partnerships from 13 in 3 years to 53. Because people do want to help, just like you all sitting here. So I listen. What is your intention? What is your action? Are we aligning our behaviors with the intention? Are we? And how do I know as an educator? Dr. Williams, how do I know that? Because a smiley face on an evaluation is not good enough. It's a bandage. You got to tell it like it is. And I think I respect teachers enough to say and ask you respectfully, why did you do it that way? Not as a criticism, because I need to understand why you're doing it. Because did you see what just happened to that child? And you walk away, and where's the gap? That child's not saying a word. I'm teaching to this 60% sprinkles through here. And when you raise your hand and you answer the question, I keep right on going. Good, class. And I have no clue that you did not know what just happened. What I was supposed to have taught you, all those beautiful lesson plans that we turn in, all of that work. And we look back and wonder what happened. Talk to me. I had to know my teachers. I had to say, be real. Don't be afraid of what I'm going to say or do, because I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to help you make a difference, bring out that talent in you, because it is there. If you want to teach, you need to get up and act like it. And do not mind people helping you when they mean to do the best. Isn't that what we do with our children? When we have to do something, it does not mean that somebody's out to get you all the time. That was never in my intention whatsoever. It may have felt like it, because we're not used to dealing with the real truth of helping and getting to the bottom line. In short, those actions had to align. What was the impact? Obvious. Not enough children. We could get more kids. The data showed that, and those were the results of the numbers. Too many children are falling behind. I'm hearing there are 43 schools in this district. In any district, one school, one child is too many. One child, because that could be your child. That could be my child. And I would want a teacher to say, what are you going to do about it? I had teachers in that school, in both of them, but more so in the one that was lowest performing, coming to that school, literally yelling, arguing, fussing. But you know what I thought? What I learned? We're not going to enable that. What we are going to do is respect our parents. And what we are going to do is treat them right. And what I am going to do is listen. And what we're going to do is get our parents with us, because when I show you your child literally cannot read, I will not continue to pass your child on and let him get to high school between that 9th and 10th grade and lie to you. Tell them the truth, and don't be afraid, because they are crying for help for their child. They do not want to be in a situation. They may not many times want to articulate it that way. And many of the parents are simply sitting there not doing all those things that they wish they could. They're second shift parents, and they're doing whatever they can, because there's not a parent that doesn't love his child. But you have to respect it. And when you get that, a school community will change. And so I'll go into that a little bit. So the impact, very quickly. So I had to take all of that chatter and put it in some kind of thinking process to funnel all the I's so we could get to the we concept in that school, in each of them. Because everybody says, there's something everybody does well. I do this, I do that. I looked for the strengths. I positioned people for what they were good at, but I talked with them. I learned who they were. Will you be willing to do this? I never, ever mandated anything. They were willing to do it. So if we look at the vision, everybody said, every school, what they wanted to do. And I said, what about the vision? Are your actions aligned with the vision? Both of the visions in those schools had the word every in them. Did we have high expectations? What do they really look like in practical terms that I could put my hands on, that I could see, not just hear? I expect every child. I inspect what they do. Good. I'm sure that's the truth. But I want to see the results of that. I want to see the results before we get to the part where it's too late, because that's a cumulative effect. That's cumulative. You know how I know? I taught a 9th grade class. In that 9th grade class, I saw the results of children in elementary schools who were practically illiterate, but they could think and they could understand the themes. So what was the impact we were having on every student? That was the key word in the vision. So we had to line the every is where the gap was. We were leaving out the every. Don't change the vision. Every educator wants high experiences, high success for every child. That's not uncommon to say that. We want it, but how do we get there? And there's a barrier. How do we get there? No one has any one answer. It takes everybody putting their heads together. There's strength in thinking together. Now, and how do I, as a school leader, be the best servant for my teachers, for my staff, for my school community? That's the type of leader I am. I'm a servant leader. Glad to be that. I worked harder, probably than most people. I worked longer, probably than most people. If I'm going to be that, I'm going to be your best model, because I believe in the power of educating every child at best. I believe in that. There was not a thing I would not do for my teachers, not one thing, except allow them not to do everything that he or she could. So, monitoring progress, there was my key, all over the place, but it was organized being all over the place. In the classrooms, asking the questions, putting the notes on the door. It wasn't a matter of having some fancy plan. The sticky note says nothing, says specifically you did that well. I need to know why Johnny didn't respond to that. Let's take a look at that plan right now. I'm going to drop in and write a comment and affirm something or guide something or ask something, and I want an answer so I can help. Never got you. Never. It's not going to work. It's a waste of time. Right? So let's look at the trajectory. The trajectory for growth is where we began this real process. Listening to them, what was the intention? What was the actions, what were the actions they were taking and the actions they were not taking? We had to see that for ourselves. Just tell anybody, because a lot of times we don't see what we're doing. I don't always see what I'm doing. So all of that stuff we talked about, put it in the line of thinking, and right here, the first step was to establish a sense of urgency. Pull out the data, pull out the evaluations holistically, not to embarrass anybody. We didn't do that in our meetings. Take it to the guiding coalition, which is nothing but the school improvement team. How many of y'all have a school improvement team? Okay, teachers know what I'm talking about, principals, educators know what I'm talking about. In that school improvement team, that is a cross-representation of all the teachers, people in the school. It's the governing body, basically. One thing I let them know, everything comes to that meeting, I have fallback final decision on, because I would guide it and frame it. What's priority to one teacher may not be a priority to another. It might be resources for one teacher, but their resources mean nothing to me if your primary reason for needing that resource is not to use it in that classroom to prepare lessons to be impactful for that student, every one of them. It means nothing. So we took that, changed vision, keyword, every. No one wants to go in there and say, I am not doing something for every child, but the truth of the matter is, it was obvious. It doesn't mean that every child will go to a level 5, it doesn't mean that, but every child can grow. I'll never be at a level 5, I can barely make it to a level 2. And I'm being very honest about that because there's so much out there to know. So from there, we get the buy-in. There's the key. How do I get everyone to buy in? Because I never said dictate. Everybody had a voice. That sounds unrealistic. How did you set up a structure where every child, every educator in that school, every staff member has a voice? One of the worst things that can happen is to shut me up. We don't learn if we're not allowed to talk and thrive. We have to make error in our reason for somebody to know what we're thinking. This is why people are so stifled, because obedience sometimes can kill creativity. Because if you're just going to follow me and not question it, I don't want you to do that. I would tell you, question what I'm thinking, please. And if it's not working, let's change it. The trajectory for growth was not a tight, rigid scale. It was enough to give you the individuality that you needed to say, Dr. Walthall, I have an idea. But please do not come about something that is petty and irrelevant. All right? And if you do, I'll say, how is that relevant? If you can explain it to me and defend it, then I'm listening. I'm listening because I want what's best for our kids. There were no barriers from grade level to grade level in terms of children. Doesn't matter whose class, every teacher should be excellent to the best of his or her ability. Because we are not in the business right now of trying to pick. We don't have that luxury. Everyone should be a better version of him or herself. And we need help becoming that, as Michelle Obama says, becoming, because that's what it's all about. So, empowering the broad-based action, the infrastructure did that because I set it up. As we're going through the stages of growth, it didn't happen in isolation. There were pathways. You all know what the centipede is, right? We used to call those fowls an egg-worm, right? The spine of the school was data. It was diagnostics without being overburdening to the teacher. It was fascinating. It took 3 years for me to get that in place because I knew we could not handle too much at one time. They had to learn the process. That spine and those little limbs that fed into it, everybody in that school had a voice. One time, one of the teachers had come up to the desk and my secretary was there and she said, I don't remember hearing anything about that. She pulled out her notes. She said, yes, she did. She told y'all this, this, and that. Everybody knew it, and she distributed it through the school. You have to be accountable for what you say. You have to be supportive. You can't just say it and say, I forgot it. And that's forgivable too, when people know that what you're trying to do, people get on board because they are trying to do the same thing. And so are parents. They want help for their children. So, generating short-term wins, going to those classrooms, celebrating in the classrooms, putting the old-fashioned way children's work up, celebrate, point it out, my name means something. I'm important in this school. I have value. Teachers, let's celebrate our teachers. They don't get enough pats on the back for real work that you're good at. You're good at something. I need to let folks know that you're good at that, and you need to know that. The worst thing I think can happen is tell me I'm good at something, you don't even know me. Many times I thought, you don't know me. You don't really know me. Tell me what I do is excellent. Encourage me. But do you really know what I'm really good at? I don't think anybody's lying. I think we have very nice people. I do, and I value that very much. But as a teacher, you need to know as your administrator that I'm looking at you. You matter to me as an individual teacher in a way that every child should be mattering to you. I know my children. There was not a teacher in my school who could not pull out the data over some time and sit down to a parent and say, yes, ma'am, here. Not benchmark time, today. Not a teacher. The ones who couldn't hang on to that process, they chose to leave. I didn't have to. They didn't have to say a word. They chose to leave. I knew that was why. Now, never letting up, revisiting the cycle. Revisiting the cycle. There was a process in place that all led to child's performance individually, collectively, and at every leadership team meeting. Every limb of the leadership team, meetings, marketing, those kinds of things, training, all of that. There was a process that was called facilitative leadership, and I taught the teachers how to do that same process I was doing. If it works, I want you to have it, but you need to see that for yourself to buy into it. So I taught. And incorporating the changes, that happens if you continue to revisit everything you put in place and never, ever, ever stop revisiting those practices. In every leadership team meeting, the questions were, every staff meeting, the questions were, what is working, list it, and what can we do better? List it, not, in 12 years, I had no problems, no kickback, nothing embarrassing in a leadership team meeting because they followed the process. Principals sometimes face some resistance in things. That's normal, that's okay. You deal with that because they're telling me that you're still interested. You're not just being passive. Bring it on. Let's talk about it. And if we can fix it, we're going to do that because evidently you still care. All right? That's what that is. Stifling people can make them very angry. So we had to listen, listen, listen. And here are some results from that process of the stages of growth. This right here is reading achievement. People in elementary would recognize this. I want you to look at the growth. This is the progress monitoring growth for literacy. These are not basically tests because tests didn't happen the way in kindergarten, first and second grade that they do in third. In third grade here, this assessment could have been counted according to I-Station or one of the alternate assessments for Read to Achieve third grade. So let's put all that aside. Look at the growth. In every grade level, the first grade for proficiency on down, we had growth in proficiency towards college career ready, which is the second number. Those are the points of growth. Every area was going up. I want to emphasize here as well that when you look at kindergarten and first, the key thing is setting the foundation. We did not have preschool in one of the Title I schools that fed directly into that school. We did not have preschool in the other Title I school that fed directly, except with the minimum of 2 or 3 children per year. It was like a community preschool in the school. So the growth is what mattered. When you look at third grade reading, we know the trajectory. The pipeline is if you're illiterate, more than likely you're going to see some bars, or at least the risk is higher, I put it that way. Because it's not an assumption to say every child who doesn't get it there won't get it. So look at 67%. You can get 67% to raise after you get that foundation cycle going in kindergarten, first, moving up to third. That can happen. When you look at closing the gap for third grade reading, the first 2 bars, or the first bar in either of the subgroups in those schools, the subgroups, show the difference between the performance for proficiency for college and career ready. The second bar shows the distance of performance. So what you're looking at is in the second bar where the gap is closing in every category. I attribute that to those wonderful staffs who worked so hard to follow the process without ever taking their autonomy to teach. They were positioned to choose to teach because once they saw what Johnny, Susan, Raquan, Raphael were doing, that were on that side of the room, once you see it, you can't unsee it. You cannot unsee it. And so the gaps began to close. Teachers were doing the work without putting any extra work in it. And it was an overhaul for a while, but they hung on. Closing the gap, 5th grade math, which is the one that Dr. Weiss referenced in terms of, look at the trajectory there. See the gaps closing? Cumulative effect. That doesn't happen after the first year, I can tell you that. We were not superhuman. People were exhausted, but they were on fire once they saw a way, and there was no way, I didn't need to say a word. How did you monitor that? Because there was a system in place. There was not a thing they were doing. We did it week by week. I knew everything week by week. They knew it day by day. But it was reported week by week at grade level meetings, and there was a cycle in place that came to me. And I would check and say, how's Johnny, why is this, that kind of thing. And it was nothing threatening about it. It became a norm. When you look at college and career ready for 5th grade science, I want you to see percentage. These are not percentages, I'm sorry. This is 87.5% of students who were college and career ready, which meant at that time a level 4. A level 3 during that time on the EOGs in grades 3, 4, and 5, which is simply they had some kind of a grasp, was enough at a level 3 to be promoted. But it was not solid command of the standards. It was not. How many of y'all knew that? Knew that? Good. And so 87.5% of children in Title I schools, it can be done. So what I want us to see that when we have a vision, we work toward the vision with our actions. We have to create strategies that support our actions and facilitate our actions and remove the barriers that are in our way as educators in these schools. We have to stabilize the plan. Stabilization of the plan comes from continually adjusting and monitoring, but then making sure that everybody knows that your finger's on the pulse at the same time in a matter of supportive measures. Then you have to sustain it to grow. Because if you keep changing like a fishtail, we're going to have programs. It's how we're using them. The data has to feed into the programs. And when people are saying that, how do you know if the program's effective if you don't use the data? You don't know. Some of the programs, not a criticism of programs, because I think we need resources. But what if a child is guessing at an item 5 times and then he gets the last time right because he only has 5 times? What if? Do we know that? So that's what I want us to understand, because here's my core belief. I won't change this belief. I do not compromise. I'm not trying to make a pat on the back for me. That's not what I'm doing. I believe. I started teaching believing you can make a difference. That's how I got my first teaching job, because my interviews were not so good. And he said he had another person interview. I told Dr. Roberts, and I was scared, and I was timid, and I was nervous, and I was pointing out a Fortune 500 company that did not fulfill me. I felt the smell of the books and the calling and all of that. And I said, Dr. Roberts, I have one more thing to say. I believe you've got to believe you can make a difference. He said, you need some orange and blue. You've got to have an administrator who believes it too. You've got to have a superintendent who's behind you when things get rough. But you've got to be tough enough to stand in your core belief that you can make a difference. Because the truth is, there does exist a gap for every child between where he is or she is and where he can be. Our job is to get in the gap. Inside the gap is where they learn. And that's what we did. We got in the gap with them. All right, that's my sharing. Do you have any questions? Questions, please. Yes, ma'am. In the growth gap, no, I cannot tell you that. What I have seen is that there are traditions, as you know, the gap is so much larger between African Americans and Blacks. So the data you saw, it's a Black population. So when you look at in 5th grade math, 0.4% for distance, that is phenomenal. So they were level. There's no question about it. And I want to make this claim right now. Surely some people might be suspicious of this. I had every piece of data, but there was no way we were going to do this kind of work, have anybody question our integrity of the work. There was no way. If there were an error, there would be an honest error, and I would stand on that. So that's what I want you to know. There's nothing, because we cheat ourselves if we think we're going to cheat. We're cheating those kids, and that is not the right thing to do. So kudos to the teachers, hats off to education. Thank you. And any other questions? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, we never have enough. Well, here's the thing. When I think of one of my dear teachers who I watched while I was learning what they were doing at the school, because they were really, really great school, great stuff, great education, all of that. But I will say this, when she showed me what she was doing with science, and she had was a 2-liter Coca-Cola bottle, and she had cut off the top, and she was making, this was at school, she was making this something to have some kind of science thing, science project done. I looked at it and I thought, why is she doing that? Now, I'm from old school. I can put together a lot of things and make them work. I said, she's making it work. These were the country folk. But I will tell you this, that what I did see was this teacher, I said, she's wasting her instructional brain right now. We need to get her some resources. We got together, made up a lab, made up a grant, went to Merck, worked hard, took it to them. They gave us $25,000. They went all the way to New York. I've never done it in my life, but I said, we can do better. Pull together a team, and let me tell you what happened. Scores in that school, that 87.5%, those scores in that school went from 67% in 4 years to the 90s. In math, 96%. That's what was happening in that school. It was unheard of. And everybody was saying, this school is running like a little oil machine here. All that's well and good. What's happening with our children? What's happening? And I will tell you, it takes guts to do something like that, to stand up and sometimes be the only one standing for it. Yes, sir. Yes, yes. Okay.
So if I go, right there, it's a great slide. This is fifth grade math.
Yes.
And is this representing that for African-American children in fifth grade math, the gap between black and white performance went all the way down to 0.4?
Yes, sir.
Come on, we ought to give her a hand. This is the incredible. So would you go back to another slide? I thought you had some incredible slides. That slide right there is college and career readiness
Yes,
at the highest level, level 4.
Yes.
And from 2013 to 2015, this is the growth we saw happen
Yes. Yes.
for kids becoming college and career ready
That's correct.
in fifth grade math.
That's correct.
Absolutely amazing. I just want to let you know, folks, that it can be done.
It can be done.
And sometimes documentation is better than conversation. And so let's give her a round of applause.
Questions? Yes, sir. Do we need to, I'm sorry. Shoot.
Dr. Walthall, thank you so much for what you have provided for us today. My question is around school improvement plans. I was looking at your slide that was up about getting results. What I find, and I've worked in a lot of schools through after-school programs, and I try to find out from the school, what is your school improvement plan? It seems like a lot of schools do that, but then it becomes something that just goes in a drawer and never gets implemented. Can you talk about the importance of how a school improvement plan is to achieving the results that you have shown us today?
Because we need a plan, in my opinion, that is practical. It takes action. They really need to be action plans. What are we going to do? We have the vision. We have all the nice language. But if you look at them, what are we going to do? It has to be something that is tangible enough that we can do, not something out there in a box or in a piece of language that they do put in a drawer. We do sometimes put that. You know how it is. But the thing is, the staff agreed. The staff contributed. The staff had a voice. And when you have a voice in something, you own it. And that's the fair way to be, because my little pea brain cannot think of all this stuff. But together we can come up with a plan and a process that we can live with, and that was it. It has to be practical. You don't need to revamp the plan. The plans are fine, strategic plans, but it's a lot of verbiage. And I would say, okay, how do we make this real? Leadership is practical. Real leadership is practical, because leadership, how can you lead something if no action is happening for the right reason? It has to be aligned. So I hope that answers your question. Yes, ma'am. He was, which one of the two? I'm sorry. He's been trying to ask a question for a while.
Yes, I got it. I asked this question to somebody before, but especially in math. When I was in school, as compared to now, he's in the third grade now, but even when he was in first and especially second, and I help him with math, it seemed like the journey to get to the answer is different now than it used to be. Is that true or?
Yes. Nobody knows what supertizing is and all that way we do math now and mental math and all of that. I was doing estimating when I was in the backyard, playing in the backyard. And when I saw it in a book, I was amazed. Estimating. But what I do want to say is that this is the very reason why understanding the gap in the changes in the curriculum, in the standards, basically the same, all kinds of names. Before we know it, it's changed again. But I'm going to tell you like this. Reading is reading, and writing is writing, and math is math. And knowing how to learn is the key. And having somebody that knows you did not learn it while they're in school. Yeah, a lot of times parents don't know what this stuff is, and neither a fifth grade teacher may not know what a second grade teacher is doing, and they're in the same school. That's a lot, trying to learn 5 levels of, that's a lot. So so what I'm saying to you is, in this process, it can position a teacher to know what your child is doing right now while he's teaching and document it. What I'm saying to you is, so often we do have our children left behind for that one. It's not because they can't learn, but teachers need to do that and practice that. And what we're doing is we're doing it sometimes, all the time, and it has to be a consistent thing. It's not that they're not doing it. So what we did to answer that too, in one of the lowest performing schools that I showed you, we decided to put in a curriculum of the home for the parents, and everything that the teacher did that he or she thought was valuable, they sent it home to a notebook that I purchased and gave to the parents to have out of federal funds. You talked about funding. Federal funds paid for a lot of this. School improvement grant money, because that lower performing school was approaching takeover. So there was an additional $1 million over a 5-year span. We used every bit of it. I was not going to let it go to waste. Every drop, and then I would get some from the others. In terms of any leftover Title I funds from the budget, I would take the district budget and look at it. They had $600. I would say, Dr. Such, can I have this? I need this. They knew I was such an advocate, I would do whatever it took to get our children what we needed. I would have done the same thing for a higher performing school that had gaps as well for children. Doesn't matter to me. Did that answer your question some? Okay, you want to try it again?
It's just that I try to help him with his math. It's not about me, but then again, I feel like some of it is about me too, because I feel like I can't help him. His favorite subject is math, but you know, like I said, I can't help him because it seems like I can't get to 2 + 3 = 5 the way I used to learn it.
Right.
Because nowadays you got to go all the way around in circles just to get to that same answer.
Well, here's the thing. What we did, and that can be done in every school, I believe, and I saw this where teachers would come out and help the parents. There were, if you can get to the school, we would partner with the parents. No, the doors were open. It was nothing for us to be there. And this is true, 5:30, 6 o'clock in the evening. I had a teacher online teaching children at 7 o'clock at night, because that's when the parent was available. So my thing is, I said, where are the parents? Where are the parents? And if it's about your child, partner with the teacher, carve out some time when you can get this to show me what I need to do. That was the same, what you're saying is the same conversations when the parents are coming and saying, I don't know, what are you doing? How are you partnering with the teacher? Because many times there were complaints. Whatever the complaints were, and I would say, have you talked to the teacher? And I would say, you need to partner, let's meet together, because teachers need that support. And we have to understand this child has a person in his or her life that wants to help at home. That's more impact. Why can't we help at home? There's no reason we can't, you see? So there's a method, it's partnering with the teacher, getting the principal involved, and do what you need to do.
Well, let me thank everyone for your questions. We have reached time. And again, thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Come on, give it up for Dr. Walthall.
Thank you.
In case you have not recognized, we have a theme, and she echoed that theme in what she said in a different way. We can, we must, and we will. We can, we must, and we will. And I thank God for them today because they've shown us that it can be done, it must be done, and it will get done. No excuses. Amen? Amen. In the church house, somebody. So one of the things Dr. Walthall talked about was recognition. And so we would like to take a moment in the midst of this moment to recognize the excellence that has been presented and represented and talked about here today.
My name is Pastor Kenise Atkinson. I'm a part of the African American Faith Alliance, and I'm just blessed to see everyone here today. I'm going to ask that Dr. Pewsley, if he will come forth, Dr. Dennis Williams will come forth as well as we take the opportunity to make these presentations. I ask Pastor Boyd to stand with us as well. Can we give Dr. Weiss and Dr. Whitehall another hand for their excellent presentations? Has this been good to you? Has this been good? Has this been good? I'm telling you, this has been truly an awesome opportunity for us to come together. We're going to recognize some students who are achieving and who are an inspiration. We're glad that not only they're able to join us, but also that they have some family that is with them as well. We want to make sure that they know that they are being recognized for the great work that they are doing. We've heard that in both speakers thus far, is that we need to encourage our children. We need to encourage them to let them know that any incremental advancement that they are making is worthwhile, and it's going to pay off, and it will benefit them. And so today we are blessed to have this opportunity as the African American Faith Alliance to award the Velma D. Leak Excellence in Education Award. This is in honor and recognition of Commissioner Velma Leak's steadfast advocacy for excellence in education for all students. The African American Faith Alliance for Educational Advancement is pleased to honor 3 students today with the Velma D. Leak Excellence in Education Award. Not only do we have a award for them, a certificate, but we also are giving them each a $500 scholarship for the African American Faith Alliance. And our first recipient today is Rachel D. Porter. And we're going to ask her to come forth with her family as well that's with her. A West Charlotte graduate and a high academic achiever. Come on, we can do better than that. And the certificate reads the Velma D. Lee Excellent in Education Award 2022. The African American Faith Alliance for Educational Advancement proudly presents the Velma D. Lee Excellence in Education Award to West Charlotte High School graduate Rachel D. Porter for achieving academic excellence at Howard University and for receiving a doctorate of dental medicine degree at East Carolina University. Signed by Velma D. Lee, James D. Prusley, Dr. Williams, and Reverend Jordan Boyd.
That's my baby.
Mother here, let's get that photo. Wonderful. Come on, we can do better than that. A high achiever. And for our middle school, we are blessed to have with us Davian Brown, a seventh grader at Ranson Middle School, on a roll, just on an honor roll, just one grade away from the AB honor roll. Has a bright future as a Ranson scholar. Davian, we ask you to come right now. Come on, let's. Come on. His mom, support, brother. His grandmother is in the room as well. Lift up your hand, grandmother. She's a proud she's a member of my church too. And we have one more for our elementary. Christian Wilson, a third grader at Marie G. Davis K through 8 school, AB honor roll student. Last, hold on. Because I want us to hear this. I want us to hear this. Last quarter earned a grade of 100 in science and social study classes. Christian, we award you this morning. Come on now. Now, can we give all three of them a thunderous applause for the work that they're doing and the inspiration that they are sharing? Can we have the three to come back up? Can we come, Davion? And Arthur Griffin, come forth at this time.
I feel like I'm in church with all this Black excellence. Right. I've been asked to recognize another individual for excellence. The presentations by both of our presenters really confirm what I've always known about this individual, and that is about excellence in everything he has been a part of. And I said he, that gave away the secret just a little bit, huh? I had an occasion when things were going kind of crazy for me, going up and down the highway to the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals, dealing with school desegregation and dealing with the newspapers and all the stuff going on. I said to this fella, we'll take care of the politics out there in the community. You take care of the schoolhouse and make sure we get excellence. And when Jerry started talking about the Washington Post, I started thinking, well, Charlotte Mecklenburg used to be in the U.S. News and World Report, and used to be in Newsweek as we talked about our top high schools. But it would not have happened. Not only excellence in terms of what happened during the school days, but also in terms of his activities and his commitment to the community at large outside of school. And without further ado, I want to recognize my co-pilot from another years, and that's Dr. James L. Pusley.
Yes, sir.
Let me just say, for Leadership and Service Excellence Award, the African American Faith Alliance for Educational Advancement proudly present a Leadership and Service Excellence Award to Dr. James L. Pusley for his relentless passion, leadership, and service to the children and families of Charlotte-Mecklenburg. Dr. Pusley.
Just think, I started not to come today. No, let me tell you, I spent 9 years here in Charlotte, Mac. That's 9 years out of 40-plus years in education. And 4 different states, 4 different school districts. But my greatest achievement and the most fun right here in Charlotte, Mac. All right. My grandmother would be proud. I mean that seriously. My grandmother would be proud. Thank you very much. Get ready to go. Not because, yes, start something.
One more round of applause. Thank you, everyone. I'm told that lunch is ready. And so what I want to ask, we're running a little bit ahead of schedule. So if you'll go outside, grab your lunch and come back inside. There's some things that we want to do inside while we're lunching and learning and doing some other things together. If you can do that, we have 1 hour scheduled for lunch and we'll keep it moving. Amen. All right. Thank you so much. Along with interviews. So when someone comes to you for an interview, please say yes. Thank you. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2.
How are you, Brian? Yeah, good
I
to see
didn't
you.
recognize you.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, you want to interview Brian? Trying to be Brian. We're going to interview.
Uh-oh, I didn't know I was
you.
gonna be
Man,
interviewed.
come on. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't
When am I gonna be
recognize
asked?
you. You just to our own life. Can you interview? Yeah.
Where are we looking? Anywhere or are we just talking? That's
Just. Are there anything they see that we've done?
today's my wife's birthday. So.
And you don't need to stay long.
No. That's amazing.
Oh, it was larger than this. Well, if you saw Reese's last part, yeah, it was packed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. So they're getting us set up. We're good? I'm getting stomachs. Well, I'm glad to welcome a dear friend of mine, Brian Collier from the Foundation of Carolinas, and they're also one of the supporters for the African American Faith Alliance Educational Summit. Well, Brian, you've got an opportunity to hear some of both presenters and know some of the challenges that we're facing in CMS in terms of trying to improve academic outcomes for Black and Brown children. So what are some of your initial thoughts about what you've heard so far today?
I think there's a couple of things that I'm optimistic about, because you can be very cynical and pessimistic about the future of our children if you don't come into events like this and you just you don't understand that the public that there is a huge amount of support for every child in our community having an opportunity to succeed. So I think one of the big takeaways that I have is that we can do something if we focus our effort, if we focus our energy, and if we treat every child as if they can be successful as long as we help them and we give them the resources that they need, that there is hope. Because I think the worst thing that can happen in a community is for people to give up that sense of hope. And I was just, the speakers are certainly impressive and the crowd is amazing, but to see the success of the students who just got their awards, that's when you really understand what it's all about.
Well, one of the challenges for our community is workforce development, and that we have more jobs now that are available than we have people who have the skill set for them. What are some things that you've heard today or been in conversations with our school system that they're doing to try to address that issue?
There are pockets of success if we look around our school system, around career and technical education. If you look out at Olympic High at some of the work that they're doing, if you look at what our corporate community is doing to try to help inspire young students to become the employees of the future for them, I think that those are some of the things that I'm really excited about. I think, a few years ago, the corporate community especially had the luxury of taking only a few people because they could be very selective, and in fact I don't know that they looked at the school system as that pipeline for them. I think now with the tight labor market and with the employees being in demand, that the exciting thing is the corporate community is reevaluating how they engage in the school system, and they're getting much more involved in how do we ensure that our children succeed? How do we ensure that they get the technical skills that they need to be successful employees in the future? How do we inspire kids? Because I think one of the things that's missing is I just don't know that a lot of young students understand what it means to work or what it means to work at Bank of America or Red Ventures or some of these companies, many of which are sponsors here. I think the corporations have a responsibility to go down elementary school level, middle school level, certainly, and tell young people, we value you, we need you in our future, and here's what it means to work at our company, and here's how we are going to allow you to be economically mobile.
Well, one of the things that schools have normally have done a lot, I'm assuming they still do now, I have not, of course, doing COVID, are these career days where they bring companies in so they can talk to persons about career paths, those kinds of things. Has there any thought been had around connecting career day to more parental involvement? So that, because one of the things that we want to see is more parental involvement across the school system. And I know that there are challenges for some parents, whether that is work or health-wise, to be engaged. But has our corporate community given any consideration to how to partner career day with greater parental involvement?
I think the short answer is probably no in the past, but you were a huge part of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Economic Opportunity Task Force. And as you know, one of the things that we said out of that work was we need to invest in children and their caregivers.
Yes.
Not just because everybody wants to separate the caregiver from the child. And by that, I mean that they don't necessarily think intentionally. I don't mean they don't mean it maliciously. They just tend to think of the student and the parent or caregiver as separate. They don't understand that in some cases, a caregiver is older, maybe not the the direct parent of them, but and I think so. What I would love to see is thinking more intentionally about the student and that unit that has to be a support system around them. And so thinking, how do you get the parent engaged at the career festival? I mean, Atlanta, Georgia does a huge career festival where they go. I mean, the child dresses up. They go and see various employers, and not just the ones who. I mean, these are top tier employers who try to entice the child, to get the child to really understand, we want you to work at our company. And I think that's a great way to also get the parent engaged and maybe have an opportunity for them to learn about careers that they could get engaged in, or what would it take for their child to be successful and get a job at Bank of America. Because I think a lot of times, if we think back to the early days of Project Lift, which I know has its own challenges and an opportunity, but what I heard from students when we were doing the evaluation of that was they wanted a role model and a mentor in their life who could tell them how to get from West Charlotte or wherever to some of these jobs that are really well-paying and allow them to be economically mobile. So and when I said, are your parents your role models and mentors? They struggled with that a bit because a lot of them did not have the kind of jobs that built a network for them to get a job at Bank of America.
The social capital piece.
It's the social capital piece.
Yes.
So how can we do a better job of showing parents the pathway for them, for their networks, and for that student?
Well, my last question is, what else can we do in the community? Is there a particular thing that you can think of that we can do as just individual community members to demonstrate our support for our school system, our support for teachers, administrators, and for our students?
Well, there's a lot. There's certainly a lot. I mean, one is that people need to show up when there are discussions about school assignment, because I mean, a lot of the things that we see today are the product of decisions that were made years ago.
Yes.
And feeder patterns for school systems, segregation in housing, segregation in all these levels, and how it shows up in all of the negative things that we see in our community. So one is, I think people need to show up when these big decisions are being made and give our elected officials the air cover they need to make some tough decisions going forward. So that's one. But I think more sort of what I would love to see is how does this community, how do we pull ourselves together to define what we stand for? What are our values? What are our beliefs?
Yes.
And I think what I would love to see in our houses of faith, in our corporations, in our community neighborhood associations, things like that, people standing up to say, we value the life of every child and their families in this community, and therefore we do these things to support them and show them that we value. Because words are empty, actions mean a lot.
Absolutely. Well, again, Brian, I can't thank you enough. Can't thank the Foundation of Carolina.
Congratulations on today.
Yeah, for its support, not just today, but all the wonderful work that you guys do for our community over the course of the year. Have a great, wonderful day, and happy birthday again to your wife.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. She heard the birthday shout out. Yeah. Mr. Brown, now help me understand, and now how am I pronouncing your first name? Davion. Davion, okay, great.
Branson.
Branson. Davion, and your last name is? Brown, okay. You know when? We're ready? You're ready, yes. All right, ready to go? Okay. Well, I'm here at the African American Faith Summit with Davion Brown, who is one of our young scholar awardees. He is a middle school student at Ransom Middle School. We're ecstatic that he's been able to be here with us today and for all of his academic success. So Davion, welcome. Tell me a little bit about Ransom School and what your favorite subject is.
Well, my favorite subject is science, and a little bit about Ransom is like they have good teachers there.
Okay. Wonderful. Yeah. And you're in what grade at Ransom?
7th.
Okay. And so you have one more year at Ransom?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. And from Ransom, what school would you go to next for high school?
I haven't thought about that one yet.
Hadn't thought about that yet. Have you thought about what you want to do in terms of school, college, career? As the question they used to always ask me when I was your age is, what do you want to be when you grow up?
An entrepreneur. Entrepreneur.
Entrepreneur. So you want to own your own business. So you're interested in owning your own business as opposed to working for someone. Well, I think that's wonderful. I mean, Steve Jobs is an example of an entrepreneur, and Bill Gates and many others in which your interest in science, who knows, maybe you'll do the next thing in technology. Do you like technology?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, wonderful. And again, Davion, welcome, and thank you so much for being with us today. And congratulations on being one of our Young Scholar awardees today.
Thank you.
Well, again, I'm here at the African American Faith Summit, African American Alliance on Education at the Faith Summit on Education with a dear and longtime colleague, Dr. Greg Moss, who is now serving as the interim minister of the Chappelle Church, former senior minister of the St. Paul Baptist Church. And my first question to you, Dr. Moss, is what have been your initial thoughts of what you've seen and heard today concerning the summit?
Well, thank you, Dr. Woods, for this opportunity to talk to you. My initial thoughts is there's a lot of excitement in the room, and I think people are at a point where they realize they've got to do something different. You can't keep doing the same thing and expect a different result. And I am really excited about the energy here and the efforts of the Alliance.
Having served as a longtime pastor in multiple cities and also having served as president of our state convention, could you talk to us a little bit about some of the things that churches can do to partner with our school systems to improve academic outcomes? I heard something today that I wasn't surprised by, but was the first time that I heard it, that there's actual research that demonstrates and shows that students perform better academically if they're connected and involved in a church. So talk about some of the things that some of the ministries that you've been involved in has done to push education and educational support.
Yeah, I think one of the things about the church, and let me segue into it this way. Dr. Noel C. Taylor, who's pastor of the High Street Church in
Yes.
Roanoke, he always talked about an army of volunteers. And that's what the church is. The church is a hotbed for volunteers. And not only do we have an innumerable number of volunteers, but we also have space. And when most of us have people who are experiencing education, we've got a lot of imaginative people, we've got creative minds, and we can open those doors and we can come alongside the school system and do things that other people cannot do.
Well, some churches, not just in our state, but across the country, have sort of sought to do this a different way and sort of do independent and start their own schools as opposed to partnering with the school system. Talk to us a little bit about what the challenges are in, say, partnering with the school system, because sometimes those are challenges, creating those relationships versus the challenges if you decided to create and do your own independent school at the church.
Well, when I was pastoring here, we gave serious thought to starting our own school. In fact, we've had some conversations
Yes,
about
we
when
have.
we got to do it. But the main thing that sticks out in my mind, I was challenged by a friend of mine, Arlie Griffin, and he said, why should we go through that process of starting our own when we pay taxes and it's our tax money, and we have to become involved and make sure that our tax money is being used in a way that's going to benefit our people. So it comes to collaborating and building relationships with other churches and recognize that we don't have to do it singularly, but we can come together, come alongside the school system and be more impactful.
And then lastly, right before you retired and left St. Paul, you led your church through a major building project for housing, for affordable housing. Because one of the great needs that's to support education is also housing, those wraparound services. In what way have you seen the affordable housing issues that we've been talking about impact education, or have you been able to see where those dots connect?
I wish I could answer that because I left right after that.
Right.
But I do believe that it's really positive because the church is right there. St. Paul made a conscious decision to anchor the community. We had a lot of opposition from those who had just recently moved in the community, but the children have access right there at the church. They don't have to go far.
Right.
You got a progressive pastor that's there now, and a lot of
Family Life Center with gym and
the whole nine
exercise
yards,
and
whole
programming. Exactly.
and seniors. One of the buildings is dedicated for seniors. And we found, even before we built the housing, is that seniors live longer when they interact with young people.
Oh, yeah.
And young people have the opportunity to take advantage of the wisdom that the seniors have to offer. So I think it's greatly enhanced the lives of some.
Well, thank you for all of your past service as well as your current service to our community, state, and beyond. Thanks a lot.
Well, let me thank you for the opportunity to work with you again.
All right. Thanks, Dr. Greg Moss. Congratulations. Okay. 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 All right, man. Thanks. Hi, Ms. Porter. How are you?
Hello, how are
And you are a recent grad of?
So I'm graduating from East Carolina Dental
Okay.
School in May.
In May.
Yes.
Okay. So undergrad at Howard.
Yes.
I think I'm right. Okay. First name? Rachel. So I'm sitting here with Miss Rachel Porter, who is another awardee from our scholar awardee from our summit. And Rachel is was undergrad student at Howard University, just about to graduate now from East Carolina Dental School. Also went to West Charlotte High School. She has her Lions colors on today. So tell us, Rachel, a little bit in terms of how you got interested in dentistry as a career path.
So my interest in dentistry started when I was about 9 years old.
Okay.
I didn't have the best encounter with a dentist, and I was introduced to a pediatric dentist shortly after that, and that changed my whole view on the field. I will never forget how she made me feel in the chair, and that is what I really just stuck with as a path. I had braces very young. I had my wisdom teeth pulled very young, all by people that looked like me. So that was, great for me to see at a young age, and I just followed the path, and here I am today. And I'm actually going into pediatrics because of that.
So where are you planning to practice once you finish and complete?
So after graduation in May, I will be attending Boston University for pediatric residency
Is
for
that at
2
Tufts?
years. No, Boston University. Tufts does have a program, but I'm going to be at the program in Boston University.
Okay, okay. And so how long was that
So
program?
that program will be 2 years. So 2024, I'll be completely done with school. They'll actually give me a master's while I'm completing the residency.
Okay.
And then I'll be looking for locations to practice after that.
So any thoughts about what you will do after those 2-year residency program is over? Are you going to come back to Charlotte or have any idea what you might do next?
I'm not sure about where I'll end up, but I want to go to an area that's underserved.
Okay.
That is the population that I feel like needs the most attention, especially our youth. It just breaks my heart to see so many kids coming to the dentist for the first time, when they're so old. So I really want to get out in the community, educate the community on the importance of dentistry and how imperative it is, get your 6-month checkup. So I see myself maybe coming back to Charlotte eventually, but I do want to start off in an underserved community.
Well, I think that's absolutely wonderful. And thank you so much for being the role model that you are. Now, you had role models and mentors, but now you're a role model and mentor for others. And we can't thank you enough for being here and for the wonderful work that you're doing.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right. With a spoon. All right. I'll run around trying to find you. Okay. Same way to keep rolling. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I'm sitting here at the summit with Dr. Monty Witherspoon, one of the board members of the African American Faith Alliance that helped plan and put all of this together. And now having witnessed over half of the day that we've been working on for months, what are some of your initial thoughts?
Listen, this was phenomenal. Both of the presenters were right on target. I think it's an important conversation. I think that the information that was presented to us, if we take it and implement it, we can have outstanding and rewarding outcomes in our community. Dr. Weiss was phenomenal. I mean, everything's what we needed to hear. And in very simplistic and layman's terms, which everybody could gather something and take it back with them.
There are some that would raise questions in terms of why the faith community would take on this issue and would have such a greater interest in public education. What would you say to individuals and churches about the reasons why they ought to be engaged and concerned about public education and become a potential partner with our school system?
I think it's so important for every faith institution in this city and county to engage in this conversation. So many of our students are being left behind, and I think it's a moral issue as well for us to lean in and press further, and press for results among all of our students. I think it's what we're called to do, and it's a very important issue that all of us should be very much interested in.
Follow-up question to that. Could you give us some examples in terms of what has been happening? I know you are a part of the AME Zion denomination. What is some of the work that's happening in your denomination and in your church as well in the areas that you're in terms of what they're doing with the schools that their parishioners are attending?
Well, one thing, and just that take the long way around. One of the things that we've recognized is that we have to, if you have a seat at the table, you also you have some investments that need to be made. And one of the things that we're doing is creating, make sure our students within our congregation are tutored and that they have the resources that they need. One of the things also that we've been doing, we've adopted schools in our area and given the things they need practically. You know, we talk about poverty and all these other things that impact our students, making sure that they have clothes and shoes and actually adopting a family and making sure that they have the resources that they need in order to not just in school, but also out of school, make sure they have the resources.
Well, I think someone said it's difficult for children to learn if they're hungry and if they're cold. And so providing for some of those basic needs and ensuring that becomes a wonderful way in which church can help fit in some of those gaps and provide supportive services. Anything else that you want to add before we sort of wrap this interview and time up?
No, again, I think this is a wonderful summit. If we could just take the information back and implement it, and if we could just, I mean, if the community could just really catch on fire and engage and be of support to the school system, I think that we can make a difference and a major impact in Charlotte-Mecklenburg.
Wonderful. Thank you.
No, we got one more.
Is it okay if I stand?
That's fine.
Okay. I'm so short.
Oh, you're okay. You're okay. All right. So I'm here with Ms. Haynes, who's an education advocate at the African American Faith Alliance Summit. And after hearing the presenters and seeing the crowd and some of the responses, what's some of your initial thoughts about what you've heard today and your thoughts about what we need to do now moving forward?
Well, when I first heard about this summit, I was going, oh, here we go again, another summit. But I'm really proud of what you guys have done here. I was very impressed with Dr. Wiest and the other young lady that spoke, because I was expecting something very different from what I saw today. And I'll leave here pretty hopeful about what our future is. Now, there's going to take work involved and organizing involved, but I think you guys have done a good job here.
What do you think we need to do in terms of next steps in our community to catch and maintain some of the momentum that's been built today so that we can go to the next level, if you will?
So the Charlotte Community Think Tank has been focused on the community schools model. And I think from a community perspective, that would be one direction that I would look forward to. Most of what Dr. Wee spoke to today really represents that model in the fullness. And I think that one of the places of equity where we really need to address is how the community is able to engage in the school to make it better and to make some real key decisions in that. I mean, he spoke about listening to everybody. And at the very core of what we experience in CMS, the inequity that we experience, it really involves families and the community. You know, not being able to engage, being a parent, and just because I'm asking some of the same questions that other folks are asking, they send me packing out of the school and they don't count my steps when I leave.
Right.
So, you know, I think the next steps are for us to really unite with the sense of urgency that we spoke to. And let's hit them in all corners, the faith community, the community organizers, the activists, the advocates, and come together and propose a solution or two or three.
You mentioned the community school model as a possible option. Say a little bit more about what's involved in that model and what it looks like.
Yeah, so I'll try to be very quick with this. The biggest difference between the community schools model and what we have here today is that the core of it is an expansion of our current school leadership team as we know it today. It would involve the entire community. And then it would be an expansion on the leadership of the school too, because that school leadership team also functions as much less of an advisory capacity, but also joint decision-making and coalition building and collaborative. It's a collaborative leadership model. And, you know, some people will say, well, is this school a community school? I'm like, no. And they say, well, what's the difference? The difference is who's leading it in the first place, who's driving what takes place in the school. And so to me, it's not just a matter of programs coming in, it's a matter of expanding the leadership and the direction of school.
Great. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Ms. Haynes, for sharing with us, being with us.
Thank you. Y'all did a great job.
Thank you.
Dr. Woods, that's it, Doc. Okay, everyone, if you can begin to take your seats. Everyone, if you can begin to come back inside and take your seats. Everyone, if you can begin to take your seats. We're just about ready for landing. We're on the final leg, and we're ready to land the plane. Dr. Woods, if you ask everyone to please come back inside, we're ready for our drawing.
Let's go back to work,
We're
class.
ready for our drawing. Dr. Weiss, we're going to have a drawing first before you all sit down together in a panel discussion.
Yeah, I'm gonna
for people
say
to
something
ask
about
questions. You want to do this now?
Yeah.
Let me see if I can get everyone's attention.
Tell them that we're passing out. I told them there were some studies about religion and kids' achievement, especially with African Americans. Guess what? Here it is.
May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? Hey! Shh. Shh. That's right. I need to use the teacher tone. Shh. Thank you so much. There's a handout that has been passed out. It's in reference to Dr. Weiss referencing a study in correlation between religious participation and academic and behavioral asset or achievement or progress or improvement. You have this for your information. He referenced it this morning. And so we want to make sure you knew what you had in your hand. Ms. Carlina, would you come forward, please? We have one last drawing before we get started. And then we're going to have our speakers back for a panel discussion wherein you will get to ask questions related to what you've heard this morning and any other questions that you might have related to the experts. And so now you got the experts here, so don't let them get away without asking what you want to ask. Ms. Carlina, would you come? Is everyone doing all right? Everyone doing good? Everyone enjoying the summit so far? Anybody learning anything today? Anybody inspired to believe that change is indeed possible? We must, we can, and we will. We must, we can, and we will. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Boyd. I would like for Davion and Christian to join me. Oh, he's helping his grandma. Christian, will you join me, please? You're with me. I was so proud this morning. Christian, turn around this way, baby. Because the three schools that were recognized, Ranson, Marie G. Davis, and West Charlotte, are all schools I have the opportunity to serve. They're in Central 1, and so we were so proud of you. So what we're going to do, and we'll give it to Davion's mom, is one of these gift cards that I was going to give out for a drawing. I'm going to give it to you with some Hornet tickets. How about that? And to Davion also. Okay, so
Pretty good deal.
I just happen to have it in that pocketbook I carry around. So I'm going to make sure that you have a gift card to Walmart and also some Hornet tickets. They're in the pocketbook, so I'll have to get them out, okay? And I want to say thank you, and we're very proud of you. And I want you to help me do something real quick. Put my hands up. If I put the hands up, so both hands, takes both hands. Help me, help everybody in here, because is to be. It must start with me. Did. It must start. Hey. So we're gonna give you your gift card, and then I'm gonna get you your Hornet ticket. And the game is tomorrow night. Beautiful. Okay? So here's the gift card. And Miss Brown, this, don't ask that in public. But it is something on it, okay? And so now, yes. Thank you so much. And I was gonna tell his father, you tell your father to see me, because for everyone else, he asked a question about the math. And if he's like me and my age, if somebody came, I would say 2 + 3 is 5. Just put it down. That's not how it works. So we have classes now that will teach families not how to actually do the math, but to understand why we're doing it the way we're doing it. So make sure that you convey that if they will call the school. There are classes that they're supposed to be having at the school to help them, because a lot of parents my age get very frustrated and say, boy, just put down 5. Doesn't work that way. So, okay. The first number is 591047. 591047. 591026. 591026. This is a $25 gift, a Target gift card for Rachel.
No, it's not for Rachel.
Yes,
This,
it is.
I want to gift this to my former church member, it's Carolyn Hubbard.
All right. Thank you. The game is tomorrow. Okay, another $25 Target gift card is 591040. All right. Oh, and now you know the.
Who's that?
Oh, wow. I tell you what, Christian, come back. Because in this bag is a book bag and a $25 gift card to Target. So you take that, okay? All right. Okay, the next is 591062. 591062. 591039. Oh, right. Okay, that's a Target gift card. Wow. You know, I have this connection. I knew that. Okay. And now, gift card to Walmart is 591045. All right, come on up. All right. We'll give this one to Rachel. Okay, perfect. Okay, and I do have one more gift card, which I do not have here with me, but I would give out my telephone. I used to give the telephone number out, but then I met my husband, new husband, so I don't give it out anymore. But you can, but you can see, you can see me, and I'll give you my number. But it is a $50 gift card, Visa gift card. So I'll have to dig real deep, and this goes to 591058. 591058. Okay. Ready? 591041. 591067. All right. Okay. I'm going to give you my telephone number. Come here. I know. And I'll give you my telephone number, Justin, and I will find you and make sure you get that $50 Visa gift card. Let's give him a hand. Thank you.
Is Dr. Dennis in the house? Yes, sir. Did anyone happen to pick up a phone that was up here by mistake, maybe? Dr. Weiss? Okay, here we go. Yes, sir, got it. Thank you. Yep, thanks. Okay, now is an opportunity, Dr. Williams. Here's the mic. Okay, you're gonna do it from the podium. This is our panel discussion of experts that have not only talked about it, but been about it. So Dr. Williams is gonna lead us in. So this is, we're landing, we got the landing gear down. We're ready to drop it in. And so at the end, there's a call to action. So when we leave.
Thank you, Pastor Boyd. So you guys are the real troopers. You guys are really serious. You've been here all day, and thank you so much for being here. This discussion is going to be rich and deep. And what we're going to do is to try to drive home just one key point, and that is that we can raise the bar and close the gap. And so when you think about us, our vision is upward mobility for all through educational advancement. And for us, educational advancement means academic achievement. And academic achievement that we are after is making sure that every kid is college and career ready when they leave high school. We have too many children who graduate every year. They're not ready for college. They're not ready for a career. So they will have no social or economic mobility. And they end up in neighborhoods that's in that crescent, and their lives are impacted because they can't get a job and the quality of life is not that high. I tell people all the time, the kids who live in the crescent, they fall in love and they have babies too. and they're going to find out a way to take care of their family. So if we can get them college or career ready, they're in a position that they can have social and economic mobility. That's what it's about when we say in the church, so that you can have life and have it more abundantly. Everyone deserves a good opportunity in life. So I'm going to ask just one question. It's going to roll like this. We have a very distinguished panel. Mr. Griffin, former CMS board member. Dr. James L. Pusley, former CMS superintendent. Dr. Pamela Walthall, you heard her not too long ago from Wilson County, very, very esteemed building level principal. And then Dr. Weiss on the very end, been a superintendent for more than 35 years or so. So here's the question we're going to ask. This roundtable discussion is about making it happen. Now that you heard all of this all day and we're all excited about it, what do we do next? It's what we want to focus on. So panelists, this is the key question, and we want to hear from Mr. Griffin first. He's going to talk about this answer from a board member policy level position. Dr. Pusley is going to talk about it from the central office and community point of view. And then we have a building principal. And everything that they leave out, I believe Dr. Weiss is prepared to clean it up. Is that all right? So here's the question. We believe that it is possible to raise the bar for all kids and to close the gap. So starting with you, Mr. Griffin, from a board level perspective, what needs to happen?
Thank you very much, Dr. Williams. I almost cried when Philando Little stood up here from Atrium, telling you about his experiences from Hampshire Hills and West Charlotte or Garinger, and getting into Garinger and getting into advanced placement classes, and the truck didn't crank or something, and then it finally cranked up, and he was rolling and got a 3 on his exams, finished Garinger High School. And the reason why I almost cried is that one of the commitments, number one, I signed his high school diploma, but one of the commitments of the Board of Education at that time was not only to make sure that kids get into AP courses and to honors courses, that they walk out of the door, but the goal was for those students to get a 3 or higher. That was a commitment of the Board of Education and the resources, because when we started this journey, people didn't believe that certain kids that looked like you and me should even be in AP or IB. But what we said, we'll provide the resources, as Dr. Weiss said earlier, because teacher efficacy is so important. Prepare and support those classroom teachers that were receiving these youngsters. So I was absolutely thrilled, because our biggest mistake in this community, and I was born in this little country town down on 6th Street, so I know a little bit about Charlotte, is that we have a habit of judging programs and policies, good intentions, and not results. Dr. Lee spoke about not only the intentions, but the results of all of his efforts. And what you have to do as a board member or a Board of Education, and I imagine this board did the same thing, is use what's called data governance. What the school board is going through now is called student outcomes governance. You have to make sure that you clear about those outcomes. Dr. Lee said stage 2 as it relates to commit to universal college and career ready for all children, not for black or green or purple, but for all children, because then it sets the culture for the whole community. This is the floor. Now, certainly you want to raise the ceiling. And what we used to talk about from the board table was how to raise the floor and the ceiling at the same time so that you keep this community healthy. So data governance is important. I didn't know that when I first started, but after several superintendents, starting with Dr. Jay Robinson, Peter Relic, John Murphy, Eric Smith, and Jim Pusey. So by the time that Eric Smith came around, and I'll tell you, every superintendent will come to town and tell you they love children, they want to help the poor children. And after about a decade or so, I got tired of that. Okay? Everybody wants to help children. But again, I'm telling you, it's not the intention, it's the results. So when Eric Smith came around, I was a rookie in '85 on the school board, but by the time '86 came around, I had a little bit more tenure. People would listen to me a little bit more. And we said what we wanted to do is not hire a superintendent without putting measurable metrics in their contract that they would agree to. Student achievement, student safety, and community collaboration were the first three. And we worked on specific measurements. And so rather than just good intentions and you worked hard, did you hit this metric or not? Were you successful in terms of outcomes and results? And subsequently, from that first contract, we ran into a little trouble with the community about school desegregation that put me into federal court so much. But even going through that piece, we said to Smith and then subsequently Dr. Pusley, you know, we'll take care of the public debate and the public argument. You stay focused on the classroom and make sure that all of our students are successful. And when we signed, and I signed his contract too, but we were up the ante with him. We had 3 goals, metrics for Smith. By the time we got to this guy, he had 5 goals because we added 2 more to it. One specifically around equity, and the other was around effective and efficient support and maintenance operations. Because we had some schools that were not clean, some schools that needed repair, and we needed to be able to focus on, okay, how well are we maintaining schools? Because I'm from the old school. Dr. Jones used to always say, well, we kind of the same, but no, we ain't the same, Dr. Jones. Dr. Jones is older than me, so, but anyway, we're the same age. But the point I want to raise is that Ron Edmonds had a saying, and I probably won't be able to find it the way I should find it, but Ron Edmonds had a saying, and that saying was real easy from where I sit. And I've always lived by it. He said, we can, whenever and wherever we choose, successfully teach all children whose schooling is of interest to us. We already know more than we need to do this. Whether we do it or not must finally depend on how we feel about the fact that we have not done it so far. And I live by that creed, and from a policy perspective, that's exactly how we operated as a board of 9. We would not interfere with the superintendent and his work, but we held the superintendent accountable for our goals.
Excellent.
We periodically, I got to say this last part, I know you told me not to be too long, and I won't be too long, but it's yeah, be quiet back there. But it is so important that you know where you're going. If you don't know where you're going, any road will get you there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Pusley?
God we trust, all others bring data.
Yep.
That's what it's about. Without data, you cannot manage effectively. Leader is the person who gets to the future first, measured by the time of arrival. I'll share with you structure, charge to put in place, in fact, achieve goals that had been set out for us by the board itself. Allow me to look at this particular sheet because I haven't developed eyes in the back of my head yet. We were charged with having a strategic plan with specific goals and objectives. See, that is the foundation of this chart that you see before you. I've always been told that goals, your strategic plan, if you will, that's the promise that you make to the community. That's the promise that you make to students. I've been told that promise without a pathway That means you've got to have an action plan. An action plan. You can see that's reflected on the chart as well. You've got to have a system whereby you can manage all the different components. You find all of these components in most school districts, but for the most part, what you will find is an organized stampede. You've got to have it properly aligned, effective. We had that by way of the balanced scorecard. Balanced scorecard was a system that was developed by a couple of Harvard business professors, effectively put into the business sector. Very few public sector schools, especially school districts, had that kind of a system in place. We had to have, as I indicated, specific plans. We call them project charters. Said who was to do when and what was the expected outcome. We had that formally in place. And our budget itself was tied specifically to every goal and objective we had in our budget. Color-coded, followed, because a budget is your communication to the community. Oftentimes you have a budget, you have a plan, but it's for somebody else. Find them on some shelf collecting dust. That was not the case during the time that I had the privilege of serving as deputy superintendent. Something else that I think was somewhat unique, that had to do with the principal and central office appraisal system. All of the principals in CMS during the time that I served as superintendent, performance contract, performance. In mind that during the 3-year period that I served as superintendent, we did not receive any new money county consecutive years. But our appraisal system called for principals to receive 0 to 7% increase in salary based on their performance. Based on their performance. Some principals actually got the 7%. There were other principals. Talk about motivation. But they had a roadmap to follow. Academic accountability system. Let me say this. This is a reference assessment. I all get real nervous when we start talking about assessment. Testing. Okay? There is assessment for learning, assessment of learning. Assessment of learning has to do with growth and achievement. Assessment for learning, diagnostic. And you must have diagnostic information if you're going to be dealing with the weaknesses and the strengths of your students, and do it on a scheduled basis. Managed curriculum and instruction. When I first came into the district, it was site-based management in place. What that meant was every school did its own thing. And there were multiple reading programs across the district. Let me tell you this, what I suspect, and that is all principals are not created equal. All principals don't have the capacity to do that. We moved from that to managed instruction. We had a reading system across the district. We had certain procedures in place across the district. Yes, our total focus, primary focus, was about student achievement. There are a lot of things that happen during the course of a day, the course of a year. But if you're a true leader, you've got management systems in place. You have anticipation in place to deal with those as they come up. Never are you distracted as it relates to focus on student achievement. That's the primary purpose of a school district, a public school district being in place for its existence. And that starts with the superintendent. It starts really with the board. Unfortunately, if you were to go back and look at the last 3 to 5, the minutes of a board, you'll find little evidence there that they deal with it. What goes on at the board level, what goes on at the superintendent and his cabinet level, all of that trickles down right into the school. You don't have the proper culture in place. It just doesn't happen the way. When I say culture, I mean people that share a common vision, people that move not necessarily in the same way, but move in the same direction. And yes, it's not just the classroom. It's the bus driver, it's the food service people, and so forth. Bus drivers, buses running 15, 20 minutes late every day, multiply that times 180 days. What have you got? When they get to school, they go to lunch. They're 30 minutes from that first part of the day. That first 30 minutes or so in an elementary school is devoted to reading. What I'm saying is the superintendent's responsibility to design and build an educational enterprise that focuses on, laser-like, on student achievement. Every time that superintendent speaks, he or she must speak about student achievement, student achievement, student achievement. People understand what you're talking about. People understand what you are about.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Walthall?
Thank you. It's not only possible, it's probable that we can raise the bar and close the gap. Raising that bar is getting these children that are above college career ready. They need to match standards as set forth and more. That's possible too. It does take time. But I agree with the idea of action-oriented leadership. And I think there needs to be a partnership, speaking as a principal, and speaking as a former teacher, and speaking as a person who substituted. From various perspectives, I've been able to see that we have got to understand that principal needs to know exactly what he or she is looking at in that classroom during the instructional time observations, giving the right feedback that is a supportive way, an interventive way, just affirm or guide that teacher in that classroom. Because the fact of the matter is we're doing such things as grade level planning, and those grade level planning pieces can be helpful, but not to say and do things that are making it easy for teachers, because the goal sometimes is to make it easy. This work is a very rewarding and very challenging work. At the same time, I have to understand that pulling teachers out of the classroom and doing the grade level planning has to have a method to it in a way that impacts the instructional design, lesson planning that is, to make sure it is in place in a logical, progressive way, deliberately, and then take that and ensure that it is instructionally delivered the proper way. Every environment should be conducive to learning. And if we were to see the environment, the pieces that may not be written on plans, you cannot plan thoroughly in a 2-by-2 block. And so the environment holistically needs to be functional. Needs to be functional. And so as a principal, the principal and the teacher, in my opinion, need to partnership. We need to talk the same language about instruction. Because again, I said, it's great to affirm with a smiley face, but that doesn't tell me anything. It makes me feel good, and I got through that evaluation. I go back to my classroom doing the same thing. There are too many talents in these classrooms where one teacher can do this thing better and this one knows how to do that. When we come to grade level plannings, what we need to do is share those strategies as a way to have, for me, if I were a teacher, an individual repertoire. I need a cocktail of 2, 3, 4, 5 ways to build my capacity. And if I know that Ms. X is effective here, then I can borrow that and make it work on these children, because the children are no different. It's what we do that needs to change. So yes, very probable that things can change, and they will if we put certain pieces in, hold ourselves accountable.
Thank you very much. Dr. Weiss?
Well, I don't even know what to say. My three colleagues, I think, said it all. Let's give them a hand.
One thing
I
that's
got a couple of more things
Go
I
ahead.
want to say, though, Dennis.
Sure.
All right, in your hot little hands, there's a piece of paper with some yellow on it. Those are the studies I was talking about that came from different universities that say church makes a difference to academic achievement. Now, since this is hosted by churches, I suggest you take it, run it off, and give it to your parents. Get them there. Because learning doesn't just occur at school. That's only 10% of the time that a child is awake or on this earth. And 10% can't change the other 90. So my point to you is 2 on that. 1, you got to start at the beginning. That's early childhood. And let's help these parents know what it's like to be a parent. And church can really help that. 2, you've got to increase that parental advice and nurturing all the way up. And if we could get it to the 4th grade, those kids can take off after that. But you've got to use 3, 4, 5-year-old kinds of techniques. You know how to work with each of these age groups. And you have to teach every child just like they were a special ed child. Every special ed child, I had 17,000 of them in my school district, got an IEP, individual education plan. That's what Dr. Waltho was talking about. That's what Dr. Waltho. James is talking about how to organize a district. Very good. Arthur was talking about governance. Very good. On this slide I've got up here, you've heard everybody talk about collaboration. Now, collaboration is not me telling you and you then agreeing with me. It's what Dr. Waltho was talking about. She listened. Isn't that amazing when you listen? So she listened and she learned, and then she turned that around and said, how do we focus? So you have to have that quality of principle. You have to have a superintendent like James, able to build a structure to individualize. That's that second one. The third one, everybody has to have an equitable opportunity. You need to do something about the crescent. Okay? Board members, county council members. What are you going to do different in there? What's the plan? Because you can't have the same plan for that group as you got for the other areas. If you do, the other areas will come down, or you're doing something the other way in the crescent area. Trust-based professionalism. You know, I've been in school districts all over this country now. Teachers don't trust administrators, hardly trust each other. Nobody trusts the governance people. We got to start building trust again. And you build trust by telling the truth. Truth equals trust. And if you can't tell the truth, or you flower it up with a bunch of big educational words or all the kind of stuff there, tell the truth. Do not be afraid to tell the truth, and then do something about it. That's what they're telling you. The last thing, I can't stress this enough. You got to have a great teacher. You're not going to get that if you don't train them. You're not going to get that if you don't pay them. You're not going to get that if you put them in too big of a classroom. You're not going to get that if you change the materials around every time somebody new comes to town. You're just not going to get it. The two things that axis. The one going up is prepared children, the other one is inspired children. You got to do both of those. The uninspired child will try to go on and they'll fail. The prepared child that isn't, inspired will be still living in your basement. Okay? You've seen them. They're down there playing games. Okay? So you've got to both be prepared and inspired. Oh, got to go the other direction. All right. There is cost, effort, and impact. Don't buy anything that doesn't give you high impact and low cost. You can buy things for school that cost $1 and give you 80%, outcomes, or you can buy things at 80 cents that give you 90% outcomes. Go the cheap, easy way that uses common sense. And here's the last thing I'm going to show you. These are ways that I would judge whether your plan, everybody has a dadgum plan, okay? And they usually are getting no results. If your plan has no vision, there will be confusion amongst the troops. Okay, is that right?
That's right.
Okay. If your plan doesn't give the teachers and principals and everybody the right skills, there's going to be anxiety. Right? So all you got to do is walk around and talk to people, and you can tell whether they got confusion or if your plan is slow about making changes, you've got no incentives. People, they move on incentives. Did you see that young man come up? He was incentivized. And when he got that ticket, he was really incentivized. Then you started giving him prizes of everybody else. He was floating out of here. I get asked about resources often. No resources, you got frustration. That's what I mean about class size. That's what I mean about pay. That's what I mean about, focus and stuff like that. If they are frustrated, something you're doing. This is how to diagnose. I'm going to get this slide. No action plan, you got to have one. You're going to get a false start. Listen to these people. They know what they're doing. They've done it. I've known these two since a long time. We're all about the same age. We're all losing hair. But there's a lot of smarts that you could ask about. You don't have to have the guide outside. You've got people right here who know what the heck they're doing. I know that about Dennis. I know that about James. And I know that about Arthur. And I certainly know about this young lady. I suggested she come. Didn't she do a great job?
Absolutely. There's been a lot of talk about putting in place an intervention plan for students who are not making the grade. I can remember being in school. I can remember being a teacher and a principal, and I saw students not making the grade. And it seemed as though the good teachers knew in order to catch up the kids who were not making the grade, you had to have a special strategy. In North Carolina, we call that some type of intervention plan. In CMS, we call it MTSS. So this is the question I want to raise to the panelists now. Is it realistic to expect every kid who's not making the grade to actually have an intervention plan? How critical is that? And how do you make that happen? Mr. Griffin, you're Mr. Griffin?
I'd never call it an intervention plan.
Okay, all right, thank you, Dr. Weiss.
I mean, I think that what happens is.
Dr. Weiss,
Yes.
Dr. Weiss, we're going to hear from Mr. Griffin.
Oh, okay, okay. I just didn't like the word then.
Okay, all right. Here's the elder at the table. So what's the word, Dr. Weiss? What's the word?
An acceleration plan.
An acceleration plan. Okay, go.
No, but Jerry knows that the personal education plan was the label that was used years ago, not the intervention plan. And Charlotte Hampton, Julia, some people 40 years ago said good teaching is coming up with a plan for various students in your classroom because everybody's not the same. And so teachers understand that they have a need to have different strategies. But from a board's perspective, you simply should pass some type of directive or policies, although you shouldn't have to do that. But there is a board policy right here today that dictates, and Dr. Jones specifically asked questions about school board policy IKE, and that is, will every child have a plan, and will it be written in plain language so that every parent would understand how to use that plan? So that policy is in place. It's not being implemented in Charlotte-Mecklenburg, but certainly in theory and policy, there is a plan that's supposed to occur for all students in Charlotte-Mecklenburg. And it includes Dr. Weiss' acceleration because it's for all students, including the academically gifted or the talented gifted.
But Arthur, if you give me 30 kids in my classroom, I don't get much training. That's the most isolated type of work in the country. So you got to give me time to interact with my folks. You got to give me a reasonable sized classroom, and you got to give me reasonable training, and then I'll know how to make that plan. Then I need some experts around that if I don't know how to make it, I can ask. And guess what? Then they can put it in. It isn't just a bunch of paperwork. It is actually something that makes a difference.
Dr. Pusely?
Now, let me speak, if I may, experience as a building principal. I was for a good teacher, good principal ignores state standards. Teach 30 minutes of this, 30 minutes of this, 30 minutes of this, and 30 minutes of this.
Amen,
They
brother.
teach
Amen.
They teach what is needed. If they're doing it for the right reason, they don't have to fear anyone. You have to step out there and do what is right, and what is right is what helps the kids. So we can have all kinds of add-ons, but we have to make effective use of the you have. Elementary school, I want my kids reading by 3rd grade. If I have to extend reading for the first half of the day, that's what it's going to be.
Dr. Walthall, would you like to add anything?
Yes, and that's the area where I cheated, because we did things that were in the context of the school day, 5.5 hours instructional hours. By the way, MTS, systems of support. I'm sorry, do I have this thing on? Multi-tier systems of support is a very, very difficult process to follow. Requires that, the interesting thing about it, the idea of that concept, practice, is to ensure that children do not fall behind. It's supposed to be preventive. Unfortunately, something's not working. May not be the program. I don't know. But what I do know is that classroom, if you're looking at a plan, the plan needs to catch it now. A sense of urgency comes from excellent teachers who are attending to every child, every day, every class with the time that we have. It doesn't require that you go beyond the day necessarily. We're tutoring children after school. And yet, what's happening in the classroom may not even match what we're doing after school. So there are lots of inconsistencies or misalignment, and we have to attend to those things, clean it up a bit. But at the same time, what I'm saying is that when you're looking at MTSS or an individual plan, the plan ought to be before we get to the folder and all this high maintenance things, is to set that bar so high for ourselves as educators. Learn what we need to do in our own skill sets, improve those or utilize those, or beg, borrow, steal from colleagues, whatever it takes, but in a systemic way that in my classroom as a teacher, I need to have my plan every day. I need to predict how this student's going to do when I teach this. And that will tell me when I check that student then, I already have a measure for that student. The plan ought to be based, in my opinion, bottom line, differentiated instruction is very difficult because you talk about all learning styles. Why not readiness? If I'm not ready to learn that because I lack prior knowledge, I need to know that and be prepared. Because if we wait until the next day, that child still is losing ground. It's a sense of urgency. And that is documentable. It does not require anything but one sheet of paper and the stroke of a pencil. That's all it requires. Because me raising my hand and the other children raising too, probably 90% of them don't know what I said. They just learned that you're going to call out or that one. Hope you don't call on me. So individual plans, I think, can help when absolutely essential.
Thank you very much.
Most of the stuff that you get shoved down on teachers is a bunch of BS. Thought up by somebody in a pristine classroom where nobody's throwing up on the floor, nobody has to go to the bathroom, nobody had beat up by their dad, nobody, all of the things that we face every day in the classroom. So they sound good and people buy them and they have long acronyms, but they're work on teachers that take away from teaching. So if you want good schools, and I've never had 1 year in 35 years where my school district went down in achievement. You turn them, you get good people, you get good principals, you get them organized like Jim was talking about, you get them boosted like Arthur was talking about, and you get people like this and turn them loose. They're not going to get you if your kids show good outcomes. Remember I told you I didn't join No Child Left Behind, the largest and biggest and most diverse county in the state of Maryland, and the whole Maryland went, No Child Left Behind, and we didn't join. I said, when you catch up with our teachers, we'll join. I said, if you take our scores of African Americans and Latino children out of your scores, you're going to drop 200 or 300 points. Teaching is what it's all about. It's what it's always been about. So keep it simple, keep it straight, give them good management, give them a management plan, and give them proper support.
I have one final question, and
Let
then
me just
I'm
add
going to leave some time for the audience to ask questions also. But I'm going to give you space, Dr. Pusley, to say what you'd like to say.
Well, leadership requires maverick behavior at times.
Exactly.
But you have to make sure that you've made more deposits than you make with.
Exactly.
Make your deposits before you get to be a maverick.
Thank you much, sir. Here's my last question. There's been a lot of talk about parental involvement. And personally, I believe that we need to stop pointing fingers at the parents, and the parents should stop pointing the fingers at us. And we need to find a way to work together so that we can solve problems. So having said that, panelists, I want to ask you this question. What are some good strategies for getting parents involved? Starting with you, Mr. Griffin.
Well, just 2 quick points since I've been hogging the mic here. Remember, preschool, parents interact with teachers every day because a 2nd grader can't drive. So 2-year-olds get to preschool every day, so they're interacting with the teacher in terms of the drop-off and conversation. Somehow or another, between preschool and regular school, there's a barrier starts to grow. That we need to figure out what that barrier is and lower the barrier, because for most of the years that the child is born, that adult or parent or guardian is taking that child into the daycare center or into the preschool. That's one thing that we really need to focus on. The second one is from Mildred Wright's strategy, an old principal here in Charlotte, Mecklenburg. She said parents love to see their kids engaged. So she always had music programs, band programs, orchestra programs, sports programs, whatever. And when you got those programs going on in the schoolhouse, and the board had to support those extra activities, of course, parents would show up. So that is a strategy that we tried to support years ago.
Dr. Pusely?
Long time ago, I was time ago. Teachers used to. I would not suggest that now. However, you've got to stop running. Open the school up. What it comes down to is respect. That's what it's about. But when we look down on them when they about some question or whatever, like the gentleman that was here earlier today, I can imagine him going into a school. Somebody would be embarrassed. Need for that. All of those kinds of situations.
Dr. Walthall?
I agree. We had in one of the schools, the first parent night. 17 parents showed up, 325 children in that school. I was told that was fairly normal. I said it won't happen again. When you want parents to come to a school, what brings them to school? Their child. They will follow their child. The music program, they will follow their child and be genuine about it. Give them leaders. Teachers don't have to give them leadership. Those simple things give value to children, and they will step up to the plate. But our children who want to, for whatever reason, they're just bored. Falls on them except for bad things. So we need to affirm what's working and hit that positive, and be truthful about it. Every classroom should have its own system of leadership. This is why a piece of paper does not cost much, and you can get the free template and all that from technology and just print. You can do that weekly, every day, and they need short-term wins in games like that, and you will find before long that you can turn it around and children are wanting to come to school. 97% of our children, I'm not in competition, was never in competition with me. All children need to succeed in any school. It's a flat playing field. 97% of our children said they love the school, and that was one of the lowest 5 in the state. When I walked in it, parents were calling me about bullying, all kinds of things. They were terrified. Not one day was I afraid, because I understood community, treated them with respect. They were welcome in that building. I'll be the first one to walk out of my building, go to the door, greet them, walk them to the car, because I'm an old country girl. That's all I know. That's what I know. And so people, especially in a large family, you have no barriers with people because you just think everybody's going to love you and you're that. So I expected that. So anyway, but that I think is what's so important, that customer service doesn't require a manual. It doesn't, because they have to trust us, and to do that, we have to be trustworthy.
Thank you. Dr. Weiss?
You just heard, love your neighbor as yourself.
So
Treat people like you want to be treated. Dennis, I am so, even at this age, And I hear that in the voices of Arthur and Jim, and she's too young right now. I hear it in her voice, though. Scared. We're scared for our country. We're scared for our communities. Got to turn this thing around. You're the keeper of the keys. And you just got to sit down and figure it out. But again, don't buy products, don't buy programs. Get behind your and get a good leader.
So Pastor Boyd has a mic. If you have questions, just stand and he'll come to you. He's watching the hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've been wearing Pastor Dennis out and both Monty Witherspoon for a few months out here. And you made the mistake of saying tell the truth, so I'm gonna tell the truth.
Good.
The truth is that the first place of inequity in Charlotte Mecklenburg schools is parent involvement, family involvement, and community involvement. If we were to take the chance on allowing our communities to own schools, we would see an immediate turnaround.
You bet.
Part two, Dr. Wiest, talk to this audience about the value of community schools from your experience.
All right, so she knows I was on the Institute for Educational Leadership Board, and that one of our big programs nationwide was schools. It's a way to get people involved in the schools that is organized, not too tight, but not too loose. It gives them something to do and ownership. It gets everybody involved in the schools. I had a school that sat right next to the DC public schools. You cross the road, you're in DC. It was on what I call the Four Corners. It was a housing project. Across the road this way, it was in Prince George's County. Same kids. And I had a principal named Jody Lellick. She is passed now. They named the school after her. She had 2 white kids. All the rest came from this housing project. She involved people in the community schools, got them involved, and did what Dr. Walthaw did with the teachers. I let her choose her teachers. That school turned around, the Department of Education came in and did a film on it because they couldn't believe it. She could have gone for a Title I award. She said, no, I want the award that puts me up against all schools. Across the street, there was graffiti. Across this way, there was destruction. She had no graffiti, no destruction, and parents were there all the time because they learned how to bring in, when I said lawyers and doctors and everybody to support the parents there, the parents became the hub of the community. And you didn't mess with Dr. Lellick. And you didn't mess with the school. And I didn't have to do a thing. It's a great program.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today. I have had the wonderful blessing of teaching at 4 state universities, and I finally retired at Winston-Salem State. All right.
Yay.
And I've in my varied teaching career, and I'll call it a career, but that makes me sound a little important. In my varied teaching career, I've taught at Winston-Salem State, HBCU, Belmont Abbey College, a private Catholic college.
Not a good one.
And University of North Carolina, Charlotte, where I matriculated as an undergrad. And of those 3 experiences, which were all very different, HBCU, private Catholic college, PWI, I have had a wonderful opportunity to see that teaching is teaching. It doesn't matter, and students are students.
Right.
The Lord has His sense of humor. I am now teaching kindergartners in 5th grade. I told him to put me back to work. I retired. I told him to put me back to work. He said, this is where I need you. So now I'm at the Boys and Girls Clubs of America, tutoring students after school.
Good.
But what one thing I want to say is that I understand is that we need to stop putting in our schools young teachers or teachers straight out of college who don't want to be there.
Amen.
These young people come into our schools and they have these I don't know what they call them now, but they have to teach like 2 or 3 years and then they out. Teach them, they don't want to be there. We need to be more intentional about who we choose. Look at their resumes. Look at their vitas. Look at something to see what they've done over the short span of their lives, and see if they have any community involvement. Are they involved in the community? Have they done any community service at all? Have they interacted with any of our students? Don't just allow those people to come into our schools, any school, and you haven't checked them out. You know, I mean, they come in and they say 3 years, see ya, and they fulfilled their requirements for that scholarship or that money that they owe the state or the government, and they're gone.
Doctor, I
Okay,
think what you're
and they-
saying is very powerful.
and they
Very,
cut
very,
their-
very powerful. Do you have a question?
Okay, the question is, thank you, Reverend. You know, thank you. You know, bring us back around to the point. The question is, why do we allow that to happen? All right, why do we allow people to come into our schools? And I'm just kind of disappointed more teachers aren't here because your voices need to be heard. Why do we allow people to come into our schools and mandate what it is we need to do when we're the better judge of those things?
Mr. Griffin yeah, he wants to answer.
My answer is real simple. I'm a policymaker in a school board. I hold these administrators accountable for results. They have to make those calls. So I'll turn that over to these administrators. Okay?
We do it because it's a supply problem. A supply problem. We can't get enough people. That's why you have to treat people right. I used to get 10 to 11 applications for every job. A lot of these school districts, especially if they have city schools that they haven't done anything with, like we've been talking about, and you're telling the truth, I like that. We hire Teach for America people because we can get them. Now, you're going to see more of that rather than less of that, unfortunately, when we open up school again. Most people in their 60s are retiring. COVID drove them out because they had to teach at school and they had to teach on the video, and it was confused, didn't have the collegial kind of sense, and they just burn out. So we're going to be short a lot of teachers. One of the things I would ask your community to do is start growing your own. By the time I left Montgomery, 20% of our staff was people who lived there. They live there, they'll stay there. You get them by treating them well, paying them and training, giving them a reasonable class size that they can handle. Take the weight off their back.
Dr. Pusley?
Yeah, I'm going to broaden your question just a bit so that I can hear what I'd like to share. What happens many times, talent school, that policy in place allows teachers to transfer after the first year. Teachers transfer, have the opportunity to do so into the silk stocking schools. Okay? So what you end up with is out of first year teachers, challenged situation. But there's a way to deal with that without changing the policy. Administratively, what you do is you say, no teacher may transfer into a silk stocking school even though there may be a vacancy there. You must stay put for at least X number of years. Okay? You can do that. No, I did that administratively. Okay? Very upset by that. Well, thing is, those silk stocking schools that need to fill their vacancies, they can go to the new hires. That's fine. Get all the new hires you can. You have the most attractive situation. I want to grow the teachers that are in my more challenged schools. Got to do something to encourage them to stay there without punishing them. Okay? And that's proper professional development. That's a school where there's a strong administrator. Yes, I'm going to pay some bonuses too.
See, that's what we did. We asked them, under what conditions will you stay in this position? And they said, we will stay. We have the things that James is talking about. 11-month contract, great principal, reasonable class size. On that 11th month, we get a lot of training about how to interact with each other and how to deliver and execute upon the curriculum and do more individualization, which is hard. They stayed. That Lelick school I was talking about, she didn't have any turnover. Yes.
Who has to my?
You want me to?
My question is related to the last one. What more can we do to help people understand that teaching is a calling? You don't just wake up one morning and decide you're going to teach. There is a myth that's international that anybody can teach. We know that's a bold-faced lie. What can we do
Well,
to dispel that myth?
let me start in part, and I'm sure others will have, CMS, we have 42 failing schools, D's and F, forming schools. But every teacher in there, I'll bet you, received a satisfactory rating last year. Why is that? That's because the administration has not done what it's supposed to do. Okay? Now, when the administration is strong and effective, they will start to weed those people out. Okay? Like I said before, all principals are not created equal. All teachers are not created equal, or superintendents. Okay? We have criteria. What we need is the strength to do what we're supposed to do.
Agree with that wholeheartedly. I think you're going to have a unique opportunity. I'm serious about this. The next 6 months to make your point. Parents are fed up having their kids at home. They are. They want them back in school even if there's COVID is running around. We had to shut down the schools for a week because of ice and just everything in Montgomery. I had parents yelling at me, take them. Okay, so right now, they're beginning to understand what a teacher has to put up with. Okay? So this is an opportune time for you to strike.
Mr. Griffin?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, because I'm not an administrator, so I leave those who's getting hired. But North Carolina has a law, a statute right now that allows a real focus on growing your own. And you can excite youngsters who are in middle school and high school. There's a MOVE program where you can go straight into your community college and then out to the universities. We need to perhaps as a community look very carefully at that and see if, Brother McRae, if there are youngsters who have a feeling, a sense that I'd love this thing called teaching and learning, let's try to invite them to a program and get them set up with counselors to go through the local community college system and into the university system. So that is an opportunity that we do have here in North Carolina, particularly here in Mecklenburg County.
Let me add to that just briefly. Talk about recruitment and retention, that there's a shortage of teachers. That's the case when you look at it on the surface. But I can say to you that there are more individuals with education degrees not working as a teacher in our schools because of the working condition.
Exactly.
We have time for two more questions. We're coming right here with Jamal.
Yes, sir. Jamal Kennard, former educator in CMS, now community organizer, racial equity consultant, and doing that work in education. I realized that people are not poor and uneducated, but because they lack good services and programs. People are poor and uneducated because they lack power. And the only way to build power is by organizing. So when we look at the educational structure, the entry-level position for teaching is teacher aide. They're accountable to the teacher. Teacher accountable to the principal, principal to the superintendent, superintendent to the school board. Who's missing from that picture? Students, parents, guidance counselors, custodians, bus drivers, lunch care workers, front office secretary workers. These people have power, and we're not including them in this process of planning what needs to be done to better education. So when we look at that, nothing happens in this country from top down that's significant. Women did not get the right to vote. That never went to the ballot. Brown versus Board of Education was never on the ballot. That took people organizing on the community level to make that happen. So my question to you all, while you all were principals and while you were in office, were there ever an effort to bring principals, lunch care providers, lunch workers, bus drivers, teachers, guidance counselors, students and parents and teachers all in the same room to figure out what can be done collectively to lead to better change? If we going here, I missed the first part. I'm glad I hate I missed that. But when we say that, why haven't change been made if it has been done effectively? Okay, yes, exactly. But
Anybody like to add
in
real
that
quickly to this? I know we've spoken to it a little bit, but anybody?
No, I just say amen. You're right.
Okay.
You're
Right here,
absolutely right.
Dr. Jones, you
Those
have the
9,500
last
people
question.
I had that were in that areas that you were talking about, they had more power than the teachers.
All right, so we talk about excite into education. I have had the experience over the last 4 or 5 years to go to numerous colleges where there were graduations. And so I'm known as a little bit of a motor mouth. I run right up into the graduates and say, what's next for you? A whole lot. And we are getting students excited into going into teaching. So the motor mouth part of it, Mary, is that I then ask why. And there are numerous reasons. But too many times I get the behavior of students. Conditions. And that's something that we have to be addressing. We have to address boldly. Because as a member of the school board, I sit up too many times in these hearings listening to students who have committed acts that get them into another.
Let me give you a starting point, if I may.
Okay.
Building principle.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, if you don't have strong leadership at the school site, it's just not going to happen. Okay? And who's responsible for building principles? Superintendent. Okay? That's his or her responsibility. Yes, they make the selections, but they have given it up to a great extent and pass it on to the community and say, you select your principal. They select it on, I like him. That's my neighbor, whatever. You change that, and you'll start to change the working conditions, and you'll find that it's easier to recruit teachers and retain them when you change the environment or the culture of the school. Culture is what you do. Climate is how you feel about what you do. Okay? Change the culture of that school, change the building principal, change the leadership.
Dr. Warthall? It's okay to clap. Dr. Warthall?
The school where I was selected to work with, the one that was in the lowest 5 in the state a few years ago, that climate, walking in that school, was a climate that was the last thing but was conducive to every child learning. The teachers were burnt out. All the teachers in that school were eliminated. And the school was identified as a transformational model school. That was at the determination of the district through an application for a federal grant. That was a school improvement grant school. And with that, I had an opportunity with central office people to interview. What I learned in that interview, and there were bonuses, supplements provided through the grant. But in short, what happened was the people who came into that, I knew as a principal, as a teacher, even as a substitute, that I always felt accountable when I was around children. I felt that way. I don't know if that means calling or whatever. But what I do know is that a teacher wants to teach, and he or she can teach better or more effectively if we remove their barriers. We went in data reported to the state because I had to report before a panel at NCDPI. At the end of every year I was there. We had targets. The first year, 179 out-of-school suspensions. I was not there the first year of that turnaround. Second year, I'm in there and I'm thinking, this cannot happen. 217, if I'm correct, out-of-school suspensions. That's not even including the students who were just sent to the office and off task and a little after-school detentions and that kind. It's not even, we probably would have had 400 or 500. That's not even including the police officers that had to come to that school. That's not including seeing the teachers back off some of the parents because they had learned that I'm taking care of your baby in school because there was nothing else to do. Because if not, you might get cursed out.
Wow.
I've been the recipient of that. I had no reason to stand my ground except for one reason. You will not come in this school scaring these children first. I've had to step in between parents to stop the confrontation. But I did it, and not one time was I afraid of them because I knew that they wanted help for their child. I knew that. I said, that's why they're screaming. When I got them to understand that, anyway, moving on, those suspensions, we had targets. We had a target 2 years after that year because the state wanted to know why. Why did you, they went up, the suspensions went up. And I think Dr. Williams and I talked about this bit. I said, because we had to remove that barrier for the teachers first, so the ones who were not misbehaving, but it was not punishment. The children had to learn, and the parents had to learn that your child is not going to stay in this school and take the education from other children. But the offset was that you need to teach.
Thank you.
Now, if you tell me you want to teach, I'm going to do the work. I can remove every barrier for you. And this is when things they came together.
Thank you.
So the next year, we went down to 84 suspensions. We have remained there ever since. And that was because it was generally the same children. Even some of them I had to put on homebound. 4 or 5 kids. That school turned around to a way it was not the same school. It was orderly. I could leave that school and come back and it was as if nobody was in school. You did not hear clutter. You did not hear when you had to empty classrooms out in the hallways. You think teachers can teach in
Thank
those
you very
conditions? They
much.
cannot.
Thank you, Dr. Walthall, and I appreciate your passion. We need to wrap up, but I would be remiss if we didn't have some discussion about exceptional children. And we have such a tough time right now in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools to teach just the general population. They're falling through the cracks like crazy. I'm afraid that we're just writing those kids off. So can somebody please talk about what we need to be doing with the exceptional children's department?
First of all, what I found over my 35 years, is a lot of kids who get labeled as exceptional children aren't.
That's right.
Especially a lot of African-American males. A teacher doesn't know how to handle somebody, doesn't have the skill set, hasn't had the training. You know what they do? They send them to somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody else then has to pay $700, $800, $900 to get them evaluated because you have to have psychometric evaluation. Then you got to write an IEP, and then you got to place them, and they weren't there in the first place. That's right. So I think we could narrow that population down because the biggest population of exceptional children is in a fuzzy area. Not talking about somebody that is physically or mentally or some of those things that we can really measure. We're talking about behavioral issues. And you listen to Mrs. Walthall, how she turned around. So it's still a good teacher in the classroom. And then if they are truly exceptional, they have to have master teachers. Okay, they have to have master teachers who know different techniques to move different student populations. Again, it's good supervision, good teacher, proper identification rather than over-identification, and a cohesive pattern.
The discussion has been rich. Can we give our panelists a round of applause? Thank you so very much for staying with us. At this time, I'm honored and pleased to present to you for closing remarks the most powerful political figure in our state that I know. We just happen to have her here in Charlotte, Mecklenburg. That is Commissioner Vilma D. Lee. Come on, show some love for her.
You're tired, and I'm tired. And it's time to take a break and go home. So I do want to say thank you to your patience of being here today, spending this time, hopefully making a difference in the lives of those that need it the most, and that's our children. And as someone stated, that everybody thinks he or she is an excellent teacher. At home you might be, but when it's dealing with everybody else's children, it becomes a different story. And when we have talked about the issues of problems in this district, it hasn't been that we are negative about education. We want the best for our children. And that's all we're asking you to do as board members, as superintendents, and as teachers. And we are pleading with you as a community to demand it. Everybody runs up in your face at election time and asks for a vote, but yet they have yet to tell you what they can do with and for our children. So I am humbly grateful that God has spared my life to continue to be on this road. You don't have to like me, and you sure don't have to love me, but God loves me, and that's what matters. And I'm going to tell you the truth, whether you want to hear it or not. Some of us are not worth a damn. I'm including myself in the process. You've heard that word before, so don't act like you haven't. But I do want to say to the invited guests, thank you for what you have done and hopefully will continue to do. And to those of us who are on the battlefield, day in and day out, are these young men who have dedicated themselves to make a difference in this community and to bring about a difference in this community so that we can be safe, that our young people can see men who value who they are and what we hope that they can be as young men growing up in this community. So I challenge all of us to be like Michael Jackson and look at the man in the mirror. When you look at the man in the mirror, you're looking at yourselves. What do you want? And what do you want for your children? And how you want them? Many of us were born and reared in the old days. I look at teachers when I walk in a classroom and I want to cry because they don't look like teachers. When I was going to school, the teacher was dressed up. The men had on shirts and ties. And our children had somebody to look up to, thank you, and respect. You walk in these schools today, you don't know who you're meeting or what you're meeting. So I'm saying to us to demand more, fight for more, and do a better job. I've spent many evenings with these young men. And I hope that when they can get on the telephone and plead your child's case or your district's case, that somebody is listening. Is somebody listening? And does anybody care? And that's the main thing, does anybody care? So I say this in closing, and I'm not through, because the Lord's not through with me yet. You may be, but God's not. So these people will continue to carry the torch. And somebody complained about preachers, and there's nothing like a good Black preacher. If you've never been to a Black church, you better go. I say that in earnesty. Part of our culture is religion and education. Our parents said to us, to survive, you must have an education and you must be involved in the church. Brothers, we love you and we love your families. And we appreciate the time that you spent making this happen today. Making this happen today. Because we never do anything by ourselves. We depend on other people to help us. And we can strike a mighty blow when we put it together. But when we do this, we're divided and we're conquered and nothing gets done. So thank you, because I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. Fannie Lou Hamer, a mighty woman who started picking cotton when she was 3 years old.
Yes.
Listen, I hope you enjoyed the food. I hope you enjoyed the fellowship. And I hope those of you who will go into your communities will carry the message. And on the front of this program, it says something like this, Dr. Pusley. We can, we must, and we will. To God be the glory for the things that he has done. And power to my people. All of you are my people.
Stand here for 1 second. Stand right over here.
Okay, all right.
Malik, on behalf of the Faith Alliance and all of the citizens of Mecklenburg County, especially those from District 2, we just want to say we love and appreciate you and present you some flowers while you're still living.
And I can smell it. Thank you.
As Dr. Shipman is coming for the closing prayer, I want to call your attention to the very back of the Education Summit Resource Handbook and Call to Action. There's a quick call to action. This is what we're asking you to do. It'd be a shame for us to spend all this time together and not know what to do when we leave. First thing it says here is vote. Vote, 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 vote every chance you get. It matters who's in office. Number two, become an ambassador for education. Stay connected through our monthly updates. You can become an ambassador for the African American Faith Alliance by going to our website, AAFAEA.org, and sign up and join this movement. This is what I want to say to parents. Parents, wherever you are, don't give up. I just believe so many parents have given up. Parents, please don't give up. Don't give up on yourselves. Don't give up on your children. Don't give up on us, because help is on the way. We will change together the conditions that are in our schools, and our kids will achieve high academic success. I believe it. Let's get on with it starting today. And then here's the last thing. This is what we need for everybody to do. We have declared this year, the year of 2022, as the year of education frontline champions. So what we're asking you to do, because it's been hard, we want you to love on our bus drivers, love on our secretaries, our teacher assistants, our teachers, everybody you can find at the building level, the assistant principals, all support staff, and that principal, because your support will make a difference. It's going to take all of us. And so sometimes, because we're so forceful in what we say and because we're so passionate, sometimes folks think we're against the system. No, we're not. We're advocates for excellence for all children. And we refuse to sit on the sideline and watch any kid graduate and not be college or career ready. Let me say this, and I'm done. If you look at the core academic courses in Charlotte, there's about a 40-point gap, Dr. Weiss, between black and white kids on almost every single major subject tested. I'm not okay with that. I don't want you to be okay with that, because you've heard today that our kids can learn, and you've heard from people who have made it happen. Listen, it can, it must, it will happen in CMS. Come on, give yourselves a round of applause for being here today. Come on, doctor.
If you're missing some car keys and you want to go home after a long day, we do have your keys. We want to thank our sponsors, and we want to thank our presenters. We want to thank the Alliance. We want to thank all of you. So after have you had a good day? Have you had a good day? Have you had a good day? It's been a good day. So when you've been served a great meal, the last thing you want to do is do a long prayer at the end. So I'm not going to pray. I'm not going to pray. I want you to look at somebody. I want you to look at somebody, and I'm going to teach you a Hebrew prayer to bless what we have been fed today. We've been fed a sumptuous meal. Now we've been nourished, and now it's time for us to go out and be change agents. Amen? So y'all looking at me. Look at your neighbor. Look at your neighbor. Look at your neighbor. That's including you too, Alliance. I want you to say this. I want you to say this. This is a blessing of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob in the Hebrew language. Look at them and say, Baruch atah Yahweh Eloheinu Melech HaOlam. Then say Todah. That means thank you. What you just said is the Most High God is the creator of the universe. He is still in control. Thank you for being present. Now go forth and do your job. God bless you.
If these are your keys,